This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Even if they can't agree on much else, Wyomingites across the board value access to public land. That's what the state's 4 living former governors told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines. They said that it comes as no surprise that strong opposition to proposed public land sales crossed political party and ideological lines.
Matt Mead, Dave Freudenthal, Jim Geringer, and Mike Sullivan all pretty much said the same thing, that that's a huge part of why people even live in Wyoming is those vast tracts of easily accessible public land right outside their back doors. They don't have to ask anybody permission. They don't need any special permits, no trespass fees. They just go where they want to, whether it's hunting, fishing, mountain biking, name any outdoor activity that you can name. Wyomingites love it. And so that was one big reason why there was such a unified pushback against this bill.
Now Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the senator from Utah who has ignited controversy in western states by proposing a mandatory sell-off of between 2 and 3 million acres of public lands in the next 5 years is offering to scale back his plan.
Monday night, Senator Mike Lee did this big post on X.com like, I'm going to pull the Forest Service lands, I'm going to winnow the BLM land so it's just 5 miles outside of a population center. We're going to have freedom zones to benefit American families. And it sounded great. And some people were like, yeah, they're listening to the outcry. But David Wilms, who works for a group that's concerned about public lands, was like, we haven't seen the text, firstly. And secondly, this could hit the Senate floor Thursday, whereas usually, like, if there's a public land transfer under federal law, there's like weeks of public comment and there's like stakeholder meetings and there's all this deliberation. So he was saying it still is something that is getting jammed through in a budget reconciliation bill.
Alex Bakken, who spoke to Cowboy State Daily Tuesday in his role as president of the Bow Hunters of Wyoming, was cautiously optimistic after hearing Lee's proposed change. If nothing else, he said, it's a sign that congressional lawmakers are listening to people. A revolution in drilling technology is transforming Wyoming's Powder River Basin, turning what was once an economically challenging oil play into a more promising frontier. The revolution centers on horizontal drilling. Although the technique has been around for more than a century, Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Anschutz Exploration Corporation is pushing the industry by drilling Wyoming's first 3-mile lateral well on a pad in Johnson County.
If you think of an oil well as a straw going into the ground, the horizontal technology essentially bends the straw and goes horizontally through the oil reserve. And that's important because a lot of this oil is trapped in these thin, shallow, and wide reserves. So you don't want to just punch vertically through it. You want to go horizontally to access all of the resource.
Because horizontal drilling makes it possible to access 3 miles of underground reserves, it's possible to produce more oil with fewer rigs in the Powder River Basin. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous at 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
Lori Lang's Passion Project is a Facebook community that started as a group of 10 friends sharing their favorite photos of Wyoming. Since Lang first launched Wyoming Through the Lens in 2015, the online photo repository has soared to a community of nearly 465,000 today. Not only is the group large in number, it has a reputation for prolific engagement. A single post will often get hundreds of comments and thousands of likes within hours, if not minutes. But Lang told Cowboy State Daily's Zachary Sontag that changed 3 weeks ago.
Overnight, Facebook changed its algorithm, and all of that engagement basically plummeted to zero. And what's even worse is that there's no clear path forward for what to do about it. And she can't get in touch with anybody at Facebook, can't get in touch with anybody at Meta, and there's no sense of what's happening, why it's happening, if it's meant to happen, or if something's going wrong.
For Lang, the group's greatest purpose is not promoting tourism, it's connecting people to their home. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show for a Wednesday. Former governors speak out on the sale of public lands. They find agreement all around. State lawmakers may again consider banning junk food from the food stamps program. Firearm and ammo sales are lagging. The so-called Trump slump means Americans aren't fearful enough that big government is coming for their guns, so they're not stocking up. Wyoming lawmakers wear red coats. Practically none of them fit right. At least that's my takeaway. Hudson man sentenced on child porn charges. He'll do a dime in prison. Mining industry says it can extract rare elements even from coal dust. And teens torch an abandoned house. All four caught after bragging in class about the arson. These stories and more coming up with the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. You're going to love it. Let's get a weather forecast to you first. Here's what it looks like across the Cowboy State. Day weather forecast. Casper, slight chance of rain in the mid-afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny with highs 82 today. Sunny 83 in Riverton. Evanston, mostly sunny with highs in the mid-70s. Upper 70s in Green River. Abundant sunshine. Pinedale, sunny 72. Alpine, double sevens with plenty of sunshine. DuBois, slight chance of rain after about 1. Otherwise, sunny 72 today. Jackson, sunny 75. Thermopolis, beautiful sunshine 82. Cody, slight chance of rain in the late afternoon. Otherwise, sunny 79. Grable, you'll hit 83. Sunny. Buffalo, chance of rain in the afternoon with highs 75. Patchy fog in Sheridan in the morning. Chance of rain in the afternoon with highs in the upper 70s. Gillette, slight chance of rain. Otherwise, partly sunny today with highs 77. Newcastle, 78 with a slight chance of rain. Maybe showing up around 2 o'clock. Torrington, chance of rain afternoon. Mostly cloudy with highs 82. Douglas, maybe some rain. Otherwise, partly sunny, 79. Cheyenne, chance of rain in the afternoon, mostly cloudy, highs in the middle 70s. Laramie, also chance of afternoon rain with highs 75. Rawlins, looking at maybe some rain showers showing up around 3. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 78. Sunny, 75 with a slight chance of rain and encampment in the afternoon. So, Again, the eastern part of the state seeing some rain, which they needed. That's where we need it over there. Western part of the state, mostly bulletproof sunshine today. Not quite as volatile on the east side of the divide as was yesterday. That's the day weather forecast. We'll talk to Don Day later in the show. Get some more specifics on that. Oh, I need to drink more coffee. Wednesday, hump day. Not quite halfway through the week. But we will be by the time this show ends. So this public land sales thing, are we tired of talking about it yet? Or is this still super important? Looks like Mike Lee has heard the news, and he says he's backing off a little bit. This is the Utah senator who sponsored the amendment that shoved into the big, beautiful bill that maybe he thought no one would notice, because the big, beautiful bill is big. And as President Trump points out, it's beautiful. So let's just pass it already. I think the president said nobody even gets to take a time off or a vacation till you pass it. And when Trump gives you an ultimatum, you better listen or you'll get a bunker buster falling on you. President Trump told Congress, not until you vote on the big, beautiful bill are you going to get any time off. No vacation. Don't even think about taking the wife and kids to Disneyland. You're going to get down to the work of the American people and pass that dang BBB. But not with Senator Mike Lee's amendment that could sell off how much acreage? I mean, you notice, and that was a good point made yesterday on the show by, who did we? We have several people on who talked about that topic. I think, I want to say it was Mike Schmidt. Yeah, I'm almost certain. And Schmidt, a Wyoming lawmaker, I'm pretty sure it was him, right? Pointed out, notice how the bill is worded. Words mean a lot. Words mean stuff, kids. And the bill is worded to use percentages of land. And it makes it seem insignificant how much land is up for potential sale when you do it in percentages. It was like no, I'm going to have to find actual facts. Don't let it be said that I just spew anything I want to, which mostly I do, but between 0.5% and 0.75% of BLM land, for instance, and national forest parcels. Okay, so the language would require the sale of between, and this is less than 1% of BLM land, Bureau of Land Management land, and national forest land. Less than 1%, 0.5, between 0.5 and 0.75 would be required to be sold in the U.S. Senate's version of the Big Beautiful Bill Act. That doesn't sound like much, right? Less than 1%. It sounds like pittance. Well, let's put that in acreage. 2 to 3 million acres of public lands over the next 5 years. That suddenly sounds like more, and that gets Wyomingites worried, and a lot of people out west. Everyone worried out west except for Montana. I don't think enough people are talking about that, honestly. I mean, good for Montana to get the exemption, but suspicious of Montana, because I think we should all be suspicious of everything our politicians do. What is the motivation for Senator Mike Lee to propose selling public land? It shouldn't be a surprise. He has attempted to do this before, and the U.S. Supreme Court shut him down. He attempted to do it a different way, transfer federally managed land, dispose of it, and the U.S. Supreme Court said you can't do that. So now he's trying to do it this way. He's always had that agenda. I've heard people suspect that Bill Gates is somehow behind this and others. You know, there's always interest. There's always PACs that you're beholden to as a politician. Who supported your campaign? That's who you got to scratch back. That's whose back you're scratching now. Maybe there's something there. There's some agenda that Senator Lee is on that we're not aware of. What's the motivation? I've lost my track of thought. So what? Oh yeah. So I'm suspicious when I see Montana gets a carve out. I'm like, that's interesting. How was that achieved? I'm also interested in why the sudden urgency? Why is this thing shoved in the big, beautiful bill? Whenever you put something in a bill that's like a jillion pages long, it's like this high on your desk, thump. Here, read this and vote on it by the weekend. Thump. Oh, wow. And then somewhere in the middle of that is this public land sales. And yeah, Wyomingites have a reason to be distrustful of what it means. Beginning with the obvious, we like our public lands. We like to be able to go out in the public lands without seeing them fenced off, gated off. We're going to talk about that road up there in down there by Cheyenne in the Snowy Range. That weird road that's suddenly gated. Anyway, we don't like our public lands fenced off. Find out some billionaire fat cat has bought a bunch of land and has closed it to four-wheeling, fishing, hunting, hiking, biking. That's no fun. That's why we live here. So virtually everyone in Wyoming is against this. This is bipartisan. This is across the aisle, across the board. Cowboy State Daily has a story about former governors. What a good idea to go ask for the last four living former governors. 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats. So in today's day and age, in today's political climate, you would figure you're going to get 2 different opinions from these 4 governors because 2 are red and 2 are blue. But now they all agree this is a bad idea for the most part. In fact, Governor Matt Mead, who was in office from 2011 to 2019, said, here's the good news. Finally, a lot of people agree on something. In politics today, Meade said that's a rare bird. It is. But for the most part, Wyomingites across the board agree that there's value to access public lands. All 4 living former governors said so as well. Good story from Mark Hines. So Senator Mike Lee says he's going to back down, back off. He said the other day, he posted on X saying, I hear you, Hunter Nation, whatever and he doesn't mean hunters in general. He means a certain group. But anyway, he now says, and he posted this on X late Monday evening. He said, thanks to you, the American people, here's what I plan to do. This is everything. I don't know Senator Lee. I don't have a grudge against him. I got no skin in the game, no dog in this fight. I don't know anything about the guy. I just know I don't like the idea of turning the Bridger Teton National Forest into Mark Zuckerberg's playground or whatever it might become. Welcome to the new China frontier. I enjoy public lands in Wyoming. So Lee says, thanks to you, the American people. Notice how he's couching this, ever the politician. You, the American people, are driving his decision making. Really? When did that start? Here's what I plan to do, he posted. He would no longer include Forest Service land. He said, we are not, in capital letters, NOT, we are not selling off our forest. So apparently he's taking that off the table. That's good news. Forest Service land off the table. In fact, that's kind of news because if you listen to Congresswoman Harriet Hageman, she said this would mostly be small little BLM parcels in downtown Las Vegas. Made no mention of Forest Service. That's a concern. She said, no, just small BLM parcels in and around town. Well, apparently it was more than that. Apparently there was Forest Service land on the table because Senator Lee says he's taking it off the table. So that was a possibility. No longer include Forest Service land, said Lee. He also posted on X, he would significantly reduce the amount of BLM land in the bill and confine it to those within 5 miles of population centers. So that sounds better. That sounds more like Congresswoman Harriet Hageman's understanding of this amendment, that it would be BLM parcels, smaller amounts of BLM parcels in and around existing population centers, which would suddenly make the whole housing thing sound more reasonable. It sounded real far-fetched before when you were going to create housing in the middle of, say, the Red Desert. Like, really? Who's going to live there? Lee continued, he would establish freedom zones to ensure those lands benefit American families. Does that make any sense to anybody? I don't know what that means. And this is more of the vagueness and the mysteriousness of this amendment in the bill. There's a lot that needs to be further thought out here. This is a half-baked piece of legislation, honestly. Anybody can see that. I'm not even a lawmaker, but I did I have talked to lawmakers, and they say the same thing. They say, we read potential laws all the time, and when we can tell when one is not ready for prime time. And it includes statements like this. This bill would establish freedom zones to ensure those lands benefit American families. What's a freedom zone? How would it establish one? And how would that benefit American families? It just sounds like fairy tale rhetoric. And finally, Senator Lee says he wants to make sure he's going to protect farmers, ranchers, and recreational users. They come first, Lee says. Okay, it does sound like he's listening. But then Senator Mike Lee closes with a statement that shows he has no concept of sound bites in today's media. When he says, stay tuned, we're just getting started. That right there is the soundbite that's going to be used against him, not for him. Senator Mike Lee says he wants to sell off America's lands and, quote, stay tuned, we're just getting started. Yeah, that's not something you want living out there on the interwebs, Senator. Let's take a quick break this morning. We'll get back into the conversation with our managing editor at the Cowboy State Daily. Greg Johnson joins us momentarily.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
and you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Greg Johnson joins the show. Cowboy State Daily. Greg, what's happening?
Hey, how's it going?
Yankees lost in extras, so I'm chewing nails.
They're in first place. I'm not. I don't know. I don't have a lot of sympathy for Yankees fans anyway.
First place, not good enough for the Pinstripes. We have a higher standard. This is not Denver. Come on. This is New York City. It's the Yankees, right. Legendary.
Every time the Yankees make a move, all I see in my mind is George Steinbrenner from Seinfeld behind that desk. Come on, you got it.
Yeah. Yeah. I never thought of that. That's probably a lot of people's impression of Steinbrenner. Well, George's no longer there. George would not have tolerated half the crap that's going on in the Bronx right now. He would not be outspent by the Dodgers. That's one thing. LA's spending like they got money to burn. I don't even know how they get away with it. Used to be the Yankees just bought their way to a championship. Not anymore. It's not us. And these managers that the Yankees have are like the coddling kind of manager. And maybe you can't have a Billy Martin anymore today. But that's what some of these teams need. These These multi-millionaires playing baseball need to be put in their place now and then by a Billy Martin, who once told Reggie Jackson, come out in the middle of the game, come out of right field, come here, sit down in the dugout, you're out of the game, replace him with some bum just to show him up. I mean, we need stuff like that, Billy Martin. Not this Aaron Boone.
How many times was he the manager?
Yeah,
87.
Yeah. They kept bringing him back because they realized they would replace him with some kumbaya guy like Aaron Boone. Oh, we can all get along. I'm going to let the clubhouse, let the guys do what they want. Let them pick the lineup. Let them decide where they want to play and when. And then you see how far that gets you. Today, it's like, I'm going to let metrics, I'm going to let all the analytics decide, who plays where and what we do and every decision. Slow to take out pitchers who look like they're struggling. I see one bead of sweat on you. If you walk one guy, lead off walks, you walk one guy, I'm marching out of the dugout like Billy Martin. You're out. Next.
Yeah, you're not letting anybody do a complete game anymore.
Yeah. I don't know. I think managers got to be harder now. Harder on the players. But it's tough when a guy makes $30 million every game. He makes $1 million an hour, and you make, $400,000 for the season. It's hard for you to tell the prima donnas how it's going to go. Did the Rockies win?
That's our dilemma with you, Jake. Is
yeah,
you're making so much more than everybody else that
yeah,
we all want a cut of Jake's morning show bonanza.
Well, when I get my OnlyFans going, I just don't have the boobs for it.
So it's all going to hats, isn't it?
Yeah, different hat, right? I have people offer. I did, I meet a lot of times. I meet someone who recognizes me from watching the show. Like, I used to be on radio, and people would sometimes pick up the voice, but not often. But now that there is a visual element, I will leak that to our radio stations. There is a place to see this on all socials, YouTube, websites, whatever. I do run, and yesterday someone said, "You're the guy who does that Wyophile show." I'm like, close. Cowboy State Daily.
Well, the joke used to be, I've got the face for radio.
Yes. Hence the hats. A lot of hats. No matter how poor you are, you should be able to eat Ho-Hos and Doritos if you want to. But in my opinion, Wyoming is again considering banning junk food purchased with SNAP benefits. This was tried previously, and it may be tried again. Claire McFarland's story about State Rep Jacob Wasserberger. He confirmed yesterday to Cowboy State Daily plans to bring back a version of the House Bill 323 that would have, and I see some of it makes sense. If you're below the poverty line and you have these EBT cards, and the state is giving you money for being a low-income household and understanding it's tough, there's now well over 16,000 adults and 13,000 children who are benefits of these food money assistance. And should it be spent, should mom decide to spend it all or dad spend it all on, Fritos or junk food instead of some good nutrition? Tough call, because who wants government telling you what you can eat? You had Mike Yin say that.
Yeah, but it's different if government's saying you can't buy that for yourself. And if these benefits are because you can't get nutritious food, and then you go out and you don't get nutrition.
Yeah. Yeah.
And a lot of them are families with kids, and you can't get them food, so the government's going to help you out, and you're getting the kids soda and candy. It's nice, on once in a while or something, but you want to make sure that it's being used for what it's intended for. I mean, if you're a bank and you loan someone money to buy this specific car, and you go and buy a different car that's not worth as much and keep the money or something, the bank's going to be mad that you didn't use it for what it was intended for. So, um, I understand, it's, you don't want to, beat down people, but at the same time, if it's public money and, it's for the health of kids and stuff, that's what it's gotta do that.
Very good point, Greg. You have swung me your way 100% completely. You're right. If that's money from the government, yeah, that's somebody giving you money with the caveat that, you should use this on nutritional food for your family. This is for milk, not Pepsi. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you have extra money left over, then you can go buy the candy, if your own money.
Yeah. And this isn't a proposal to do away with the benefits, saying, no, we're not going to give it to you. It's just a handout.
Right.
It's a crutch. And this stands out to me because this happened to me in college. My roommate and I, we had this little apartment. The end of the school year, end of the college school year, we're gonna move out. We need to clean out the place, everything. And there's this guy who was down by Safeway. Every day, he'd be sitting out there with a sign that says "We'll work for food," and he's out there every day. We know he's there, and we're there, and we're like, you know what? Let's go offer this guy a job. If he will work for food, let's have him help us clean it out, and he can have all this extra food that we have in the cupboards and stuff. We weren't going to take it down to a shelter because we're not going to take it with us or anything. And so, he helps us. He can have this. That's literally what he's saying he's going to do, work for food.
Yeah.
And so we go down and we approach him and tell him, say, hey, we got some work for you and some food. And he's like, nah, I just want donations. And so he had no intention of working for food. He just knew that if the sign said, I want money for booze, nobody's going to give it to him.
Right.
And he knows that most people, well, he's willing to work. Yeah, I'll just give him some money, and so that doesn't mean don't help people out. It just means, you got to have your eyes open a little bit.
Yep. That's false advertising. That's whenever you see those signs, the dude is probably not willing to work, and it's probably not food he wants as the reward. He needs cold hard cash for booze. Yeah, good point, Craig. You're making good sense here. We're gonna have to have you on longer. Maybe the whole show.
That's the extent of my sense.
Man, I don't know. You are dropping some knowledge. Maybe you can offer some insight as to why the firearms industry is saying sales are lagging a bit on guns and ammo. Some are calling it the Trump slump. Whenever there's some president in office who you don't feel is coming after your guns, sales start dropping off.
Yeah, there is something to that. I think we saw something with I can't remember which one it was, Biden or Obama, but they did something about ammo. Big run on ammo.
Yeah.
Everybody was buying it to stock up. yeah, once you hear that they're going to take something away, you go out and get it.
Yeah.
So I think there is some truth to that. And then there's also some truth, I think, to, with tariffs and things, some people aren't as confident in the economy. And so, a lot of times, uh, you know, extra guns is more of a luxury to buy than a necessity. So, you don't buy as many. And then I love I love the other guy's reason. Says, maybe sales of AR-15s are down because everybody's already got one.
Yeah. Jason Kratow runs the Riverton-based Wyoming Tactical Shooters Training Company. He said sales of AR-15 market right now is a little down. He says it's saturated. Everybody wanted one, already got one. So the nation is armed in case our own government comes after us. AR-15s, there's one in every home. And ammo sales, there was that period, you're right, where if you used to buy it by the box, you started buying it by the case. If you used to buy it by the case, you bought it by the pallet. And everybody just ramped up their ammo purchase. And we're all stocked up, I think, is kind of the reason for that. And
well, there's that. And I mean, it makes sense when you think about it that a gun-friendly administration, you don't feel like you feel it's fine if I need something, I'll just go out and get it. It seems like, on the surface you think, oh well, they're a pro-gun administration, pro-gun policies that would be good for business. And it's kind of the opposite. It's not bad for business, but doesn't push it. It doesn't make people feel like, all right, well, I wasn't going to get that, but now I think I will because I might not be able to later.
Yeah. You almost wonder if the NRA wouldn't consider secretly donating big money to the next Democratic candidate for president just to boost firearm sales again.
Yeah. Along that thought,
yes.
I want. There's probably no way to really do this to figure this out, but since Claire's story came out about the SNAP benefits wanting to cut junk food, it makes me wonder now if there's going to be more purchase of junk food with SNAP benefits right now until that law may or may not come out because people want to stock up because they won't be able to before again.
You know it. There's going to be a rush on Yoo-hoo and Ho-Hos right now.
But it's different from like some of the cities or states that have made those laws. Like you can't buy a sugary drink, which I don't do the sugar anyway, so I wouldn't. But for someone to tell you can't, for the government to tell you can't have a Coke with sugar in it. That's when people get up in arms.
Yeah.
So to speak.
Yeah. I agree. So I thought it was a great idea to, continue to flesh out this story of the potential public land sales. The amendment sponsored by Senator Mike Lee of Utah that is not sitting well with most Wyomingites. I thought it was a great idea to have Mark Hines go track down 4 former Wyoming governors, and it was perfect that we got 2 Dems, 2 Republicans, and all 4 agree.
Yeah, it's great. All 4 of the former living governors weighed in on this story. I mean, that's just remarkable.
Yeah.
They all did, and there's they say it's a there is that they're not surprised that there's kind of bipartisan anger over this because a lot of it is the outdoors related issues. You see it in other stories. If there's the BLM proposes some kind of land swap that includes a piece of land that people hunt on or something, that people go crazy for it, you know? And so this is that on the next level.
Very much is important to Wyomingites, no matter how you vote. And these 4 former governors said, yeah, look at this, a rare situation where politics does not even matter, takes a backseat to the topic of the day. And
I like Matt Mead's take. He says, you know, finally, a lot of people agree on something.
Yeah. Yeah. He's like, here's the good news takeaway. Here's the silver lining. You may not like the proposal, but it's galvanized us. It's brought us all together against it. Look at that. All 8 Democrat lawmakers in the state signed off on a letter saying this is a bad idea. Most Republican, I mean, we collectively, there's not too many people who like what they're seeing from Senator Mike Lee, who says he's backing off. We'll see. All right, we got to take a quick break. We'll be back with more talk. What's happening with you, Greg?
I'm all right.
Excellent. Right back with more Greg Johnson after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Encouraging news, I think, from David Madison. His story: Congress spotlights Wyoming's rare earth industry as vital to U.S. supply. In this story, David Madison talks about new technology that could allow rare earths to be sussed out from coal dust waste, which sounds like a win-win. Like in the middle of coal mining, you're ready to throw out some stuff that's not really coal, and you say, wait a minute, that stuff is stuff we need, like gallium. Who knew? Gallium was so useful.
there's some rare earths in the coal ash and things. There's also some in the clays that are above and below the coal seams. The challenge is developing the technology and techniques that it's economical to try to get them, to try to extract them out and get to them. And so yeah, the technology is catching up on some of that. And the big thing is to produce them. We can mine them. You don't have to extract them from coal and stuff, although you can. So any sources are good sources. But right now you can mine them like you'd mine anything, any other mineral. The problem is having a plant, a factory, a processing facility to then take that raw material and process them into usable rare earth minerals. That's where China has the stranglehold, where they have the processing, and so even if you mine it in your country, you have to send it to China, and then China puts all these conditions, or we'll process it, but you can't use it for this, or it's a whole deal. So being able to get them and process them is going to be the big deal.
Well, changing the narrative on that is beginning in Upton. Now, that facility that's coming online, that's not going to be big enough to barely put a dent, but it's a first step, right, Greg?
Well, it's a test.
Yeah.
It's a test facility to be able to test, number one, does it work? Because I understand they have a unique proprietary process for that. And then number two, will it scale? And so that's what they're doing. But I think all the companies now going after rare earths, they don't want to just mine them. They want to process them too. And then that's the thing too, if you can have the processing and those factories can handle whatever can handle the coal ash, can handle other ways of getting these rare earths, then that's just another revenue stream, and it expands. Say you're at these Powder River Basin coal mines, and instead of disposing of these clays, if you can send them off to the factory to have the rare earths pulled out of them, we're probably a little ways from being able to do that. But we were a little ways from being able to economically do carbon capture too, and now that's pretty close.
It all begins somewhere, and the processing, is key. If you had a handful of chunk of dirt and it had gallium in it, soft silvery metal, you probably wouldn't even know it, and it wouldn't mean anything to anybody. But the processing turns it into something used in today's LEDs, solar panels, Blu-ray technology. Gallium is gold, man. But yeah, you got to process it. So Wyoming posed to get into that, and Wyoming mining in general has always been tech driven. Like, if there's a will, there's a way. Wyoming figures stuff out, man. You show Wyoming a challenge, drilling, for instance, and they'll find a way around it. And I mean literally around it. This horizontal lateral drilling, David Madison talks about in his story in the oil industry. We had Petroleum Association of Wyoming, Petroleum PAW. We had the president on the other day. What's his name? And he was talking about that as well. Drilling that can go straight down for like a mile or two and then turn, like a 90-degree turn, and go drill some other direction. It's fantastic stuff, and it's all brought about by a challenge. Show us a challenge, and we'll find a way around it.
It's like that old Simpsons episode where they drill, where they drill at an angle to like get to the oil underneath the school or something. and steal the oil. Mr. Burns does.
Yeah. Or that movie. What's that movie that Daniel Day-Lewis is in? When he talks about sipping the oil out of a straw that he's going to, like, oh, man, I got to remember. I got to go look that up on the Googler. But, yeah, I mean, whenever challenged with something in the energy extraction industry, Wyoming figures out a way. Wyoming's got some smart scientists. Smarter than these hooligans, 3 Cheyenne teens accused of burning down a vacant home. They had to go brag about it in the classroom, and that's how they got nabbed. The home was, not a great financial loss, but it's still an indication that Kyle Brown, Ryder Peterson, Braden Wheel, all 18 years old, are not starting life on the right path, kids.
Yeah, apparently they went out. That was their intention, was to go out and burn down this abandoned house.
Yeah,
set multiple fires inside. I went out to and they just did this a few weeks ago.
Oh,
they were charged yesterday or on Monday, but so I went out to the site because I said, okay, well, maybe there's a burned down house there or something, for a photo. I go out there. It's gone, and these bulldozers are filling in the hole where the basement used to be. I'm like, wow, they got on that pretty fast.
You wonder if they were hired by an insurance company. The home went away pretty quick. That's not the great loss. It's the worry that, if you're an arson at age 18, what are you at age 28? Like, come on. It's not the right career path to be going down.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want someone to realize that they like starting fires.
Yeah. I don't understand this. Maybe Mark Hines knows better. This road that people are locked out of, Boswell Road up there in the Snowy Range. The Forest Service says, it's not ours. We're not going to maintain it anymore. The county says, well, it's not ours. We're not going to maintain it anymore. So who put the lock on it if nobody wants to claim the road?
The landowners, because it goes through several parcels of private land. But for a century, for 100 years, it was more than 100 years. It was a public road. People used it, and so even though it crossed their private property, and the county for decades maintained it.
Yeah.
But now it's saying, well, actually, it's not really our road. We shouldn't have to do it. And in the meantime, the landowners are tired of, number one, if it's not maintained, so if they got to do it, and number two, when people do cross their property on the road, sometimes they're not behaving the right way. They're not staying on the road. They're like, you know what? If people aren't gonna, claim this road, then we're gonna lock you out if you can't do stuff, if you can't not damage our property.
Yeah.
In the meantime,
it's disappointing, and it's turned from inconvenience to a real issue. And especially when you ask Austin Kissel, who was locked in on the road. This is a historic road, well over a century old. Wagons traveled over Boswell Road back in the day, but now this dispute, it just reminds me of Star Plunge, where you wonder, can't we get together and figure it out for the benefit of everybody? Man.
Well, yeah, and it's a problem too, because people buy property thinking this is an access road, and then find out, oh, well, this person blocks it off and this person blocks it off, and all of a sudden you can't.
Yeah. Ingress, egress, and right of way. That's a big issue. Imagine you're the dude, down the line a few properties, but the dude closer is saying, I'm locking the gate. I'm tired of this. Like, They got to figure this out, and somebody has to step up and take charge. Forest Service, county, somebody. Because Greg has already solved all the problems this morning. I mean, from the SNAP food thing to you've been talking sense, man. You should run for something.
Nope. Not gonna happen. I'll run for Rocky's general manager.
Okay.
No, I don't want that job either.
Under new ownership, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right, Greg. Have a great Wednesday. Thanks for coming on.
See ya.
Greg Johnson on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. He did drop some knowledge on us today, making a lot of sense. I feel much better about today's issues. But there are more, and we'll talk about those. Top of the hour news break.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. While the firearms industry is cyclical, the current slump in gun and ammo sales might defy the usual explanations. Two Wyoming industry experts told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines that gun sales are frequently driven by politics.
If there is an administration in office that at least people have the perception that they're going to implement more gun control, such as Obama or Biden, gun sales will predictably rise. But then they say what will happen is what they call a Trump slump. In other words, Trump comes into office, he's perceived as being very firearms friendly, and so people go, okay, I don't have to worry about a bunch of new gun control, I can relax. There's also economic factors going on. People are unsure about the effects of the tariffs. People are unsure about, the extreme instability in the geopolitical situation.
Additionally, the hunting firearm market is usually slow this time of year because the fall big game and bird seasons are a long way off. Sales usually pick up in August when hunting is back on everybody's minds. 3 Cheyenne teens accused of burning down a vacant home in Northeast Cheyenne were charged with arson on Monday. Warrants were issued for Kyle Brown, Ryder Peterson, and Braden Wheel, who are all 18 and all face third-degree arson charges. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the felony charges stem from a fire that claimed a brick house on Ridge Road in the early morning hours of May 28th.
Apparently 4 teenagers just decided to do something wild and crazy, and so they get out of their beds or they don't go to bed, and at 12:30 in the morning on a Cheyenne road, they go into a vacant property, and inside there, 2 of them at least decide to start a fire in a basement, according to court records. And the record also says that one of them also started a fire in the garage on the property. There were a total of 4 different fires started within that vacant home, and now they are facing felony charges in Cheyenne Circuit Court, potential 5-year penalty.
A 4th suspect has yet to be charged in the case. A handful of state House representatives who control Wyoming's spending wore red dress coats to their Monday committee meeting in Gillette to make a statement that the state is heading toward a projected deficit of nearly $700 million. House Appropriations Chair John Baer of Gillette told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland that the move was a visual alarm to warn of the concerning state budget projection.
He was like, it's because we're projected to be in this $700 million-ish deficit by 2030 if we don't change our spending scheme, our revenue scheme, our budgetary scheme. He was talking like we need to cut fraud, waste, abuse, inefficient programs. We need to work on all these things. Whereas former Appropriations Committee members who fielded the budget before, who handled spending before, like Lloyd Larson and Clark Stith, said, well, there's also huge tax cuts implemented in the past couple of years that Bear and some of the other people in red coats supported. And so maybe they need to reconsider those.
The Wyoming Constitution forbids the state from running on a deficit, which means the state would have to cut spending, raise revenues, pull from its savings account, or a combination of all of those. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous at 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
A Hudson man busted by a vigilante child predator patrol YouTuber will serve 10 years in federal prison after admitting to possessing child pornography. Federal District Judge Alan Johnson sentenced 58-year-old Sean Brennan to 120 months Tuesday afternoon in Cheyenne. Cowboy State Daily's Matthew Christian reports that the vigilantes confronted Brennan at his job in Lander about his sexual conversations with adults pretending to be underage girls.
There's a group called Colorado Pedo Patrol who reached out to him or contacted him and pretended to be a 13-year-old girl. He contacted them. They went to his place of business and confronted him. He got fired. He was arrested at the state level. That charge was later dropped. And then he was arrested on a federal possession of child pornography charge and pleaded guilty earlier this year.
Johnson also imposed 10 years of supervision following Brennan's release from prison and restitution totaling $33,000. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Derek!
Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama. Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potato.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake is back. It's Wednesday, June 25. Just in case you have forgotten. Countdown to 4th of July coming up. What's the best city to spend the 4th of July in? There's different ways to measure it, I guess. Like what city in America is the most American? What city's the most gives you the most feeling of Americana, where you have a grill hot dogs and it just feels like 4th of July traditionally, or what city has the best fireworks show? However you want to measure it, somebody did. That somebody is a research firm that I forget their name, but they came up with the number one city being Las Vegas as the best place to spend 4th of July. That would not have been on my bucket list. I mean, Vegas is a place to visit, certainly just for any weekend. Doesn't need to be 4th of July. You don't need really a reason to visit Las Vegas, any particular holiday. You just visit Las Vegas for Las Vegas. That's the whole point, not necessarily to celebrate any one thing. Maybe you want to see a show, do some gambling, do some other things. What happens in Vegas stays, hopefully in Las Vegas. But 4th of July? I guess it's a city that just knows how to party. And knows how to entertain. That's the whole thing about it. So it's in the entertainment business. So, all right, number one. Number two was New York City. Great fireworks show. And also in the top 5 was San Francisco, which they do fireworks pretty good there in the Bay Area. Anyway, we're getting ahead of ourselves. It's only June 25th. We'll think about 4th of July when we get there. I want to talk about this story from Claire McFarland. Claire will be on later today, and she can talk with us and see if she is of the same opinion. I doubt it. Claire and I, once in a while, we click, we get the same thing out of the same story, but not often. My take on stories is uniquely me, which is, I guess, why they put a microphone here and said, do a show. My take on this Claire McFarland story is probably not Claire's. Wyoming legislators wear red to warn of projected $700 million budget deficit. Wyoming's always prided itself on running in the black. We don't operate like California. We don't pass budgets and spend more than we take in. That's not how we do it in Wyoming. In fact, it's in the state constitution that we shall reconcile a budget. We shall operate not in the red. But 4 lawmakers, 4 House members wore red jackets Tuesday to a legislative committee meeting as a means of, well, a photo op, number one. Number two, though, they're warning of a projected $700 million deficit the state is headed for if changes aren't made. And a lot of this, I would imagine, not wanting to read into it too far because this stuff does not float my boat. I would imagine a lot of it has to do with the property tax cuts. We're going to talk taxes later, actually, with a guy named Senator Ogden Driscoll. You may have heard of him, longtime senator up there in Devil's Tower. And he's going to talk Wyoming taxes. So with the big cuts in property tax, giving property tax relief to many, that's going to hurt revenue at a time when oil and gas revenue and coal revenue is not exactly pouring in. All this plus out of control spending, that's me saying that. All this plus spending could equal a budget deficit. So the warning is being issued by, let me tell you who's in on this, and I'm going to share the photo with you. You had House Appropriations Chair John Baer, Republican Gillette. One of 4, sort of the gang leader of this 4, I would imagine. Republican Representative Scott Smith of Lingle, Abby Angelos of Gillette, and Bill Allemond of Casper. All 4 wore red coats to warn their fellow peers, hey, we're concerned about the road we're headed down with the budget. Republican Reps Jeremy Haroldson of Wheatland, who I've become a new fan. I'm a new fanboy of Haroldson after his quote the other day saying government shouldn't be trying to fix the housing situation. That's not government's job. I love that. I'm with you, Jeremy. Haroldson and Ken Pendergraph of Sheridan said they would have worn their red jackets, but they must have missed the memo. Darn, you missed out on the photo op. It's probably a good idea because, in my opinion, nobody looks good in red. Trey Sherwood doesn't look good in red. The House Committee's lone Democrat, Representative Trey Sherwood, said, is Trey's a guy, right? He said, I didn't wear my red coat and did not comment on the situation except to say I don't own any red because it's my least favorite color. So Sherwood is not necessarily against the cause. He just says, I don't like red. I don't look good in red, and red is the color of Republicans, and I'm a Democrat. I don't know. I'm putting those words in Trey's mouth, but nobody looks good in red, really. Not except for, I will say, State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder. She rocks red. Real good. But anyway, none of it, well, 3 of the 4 here, or maybe at least 2, don't look good in this photo op. And this is where I'm headed. This is my takeaway. Claire McFarland writes a perfectly good story, and I ruin it by just observing this photo op and finding real displeasure with the ill-fitting jackets. I mean, suddenly I feel kind of gay. I wish I could do a good gay accent. I can't. But Scott Smith, girl, that jacket, it doesn't fit you. Look at the. I'm looking at the photo. Yeah, on radio you can't see, so go look at the story. Cowboy State Daily. That jacket, Scott. It's all like coming up at the back behind you. Pull it down. And then all the way to the right, you got Bill Allemond. And I don't know what that is. The collar of that thing. And that don't fit him. Yeah. Scott Smith's jacket's too big. Allemand's jacket is too weird. The style. And that's all I can think about when I read this story. I've suddenly lost track of what it even means, Claire. The story, the picture tells 1,000 words, and the words are all wrong. These 4 don't look good in the jackets. That wasn't the takeaway of most normal people, though, as I look at the Facebook comments on the story for Cowboy State Daily. Most people were ridiculing the lawmakers for, a photo op, saying that this was just Rod Miller. Rod Miller says they look like an aging right-wing lounge act. They do. They look like the house band at the what's like an old aging hotel chain. It looks like the Motel 6 house band playing all the hits of the 80s. That's good, Rod Miller. Yeah, most commenters were not favorable. How much did those jackets cost us taxpayers? Says Mark, commenting. Yeah, playing dress up, that'll change everyone's mind, says David. I assume facetiously. But yeah, a bunch of them did focus in on the garment, on the clothing. Okay, good. So we're of the same mindset. I just took great exception to the fact that nobody looks good in red, and these 4 look, Scott Smith's jacket's way too big. And Allemond, yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Oh, here's some, we were talking a little bit about slumping firearm sales. That story from Mark Hines. And Edward chimed in, says the NRA doesn't care one bit about firearm sales. They don't sell guns. They don't get a commission on sales. They care about membership, Second Amendment rights, and training safe firearm handling. Oh, I know what Edward was talking about. I said perhaps the NRA sneakily behind the scenes would support financially, form a PAC under some mysterious name to support a Democratic candidate for president after Trump in order to spur firearm sales. Because when you got a pro-gun guy in office in the White House, firearm sales aren't exactly brisk. Nobody's worried the government's coming after your guns. Nothing like a good liberal Democrat in the Oval Office to have everybody running out to buy their rifles. So why wouldn't the NRA? And I realized when I said it, the NRA is not the group I should be saying, because yes, they don't make money off of fire. They're not a lobby for actual firearm sales and revenue and stuff like that. They just want Second Amendment rights and membership. Yeah, Edward, you're right. And that was NRA was not the organization I should have used in that situation, but I was just trying to think of somebody who is the gun industry who, was pro-firearm, not necessarily pro-firearm sales. See, but Edward's, yeah, totally correct. Good. Comment when you hear stuff you like. Comment when you hear stuff that sounds wrong. Especially comment on stuff you hear this guy say about the weather. If you don't like it, we can talk about it. It's Don Day, the day weather forecast. Let's get him into the Zoom room. Don, we got maybe not quite as volatile east of the divide, but still not without some rain showers. Meanwhile, west of the divide, bulletproof. We're under a glass dome or something. Beautiful day. And again, a mixed bag across the state, huh?
Well, they got the Iron Dome in Israel, so I guess we can call it the glass dome.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I like that idea. Yeah, we did have some thunderstorms develop yesterday, but luckily we didn't have anything too severe. But boy, there were some big thunderstorms in parts of Fremont, Natrona, Johnson counties, and then up around that northeast corner of the state. And we're going to see that again today. So there's going to be a repeat in those far eastern counties, far western counties. Drier and drier air is coming out of the deserts. And we're going to go into tomorrow and Friday and into the weekend with some really nice weather. No snowstorm this weekend, Jake. We're gonna pull back on the snow threat. And so we'll be able to have actually some really nice summer weather here in the days ahead. After we get over today's thunderstorms in the east, tomorrow through Sunday looks really good. We'll have some thunderstorms this weekend, but overall, nice weather.
Yeah, that's really good for, I don't want to curtail tourism, but I wouldn't mind curtailing, the influx of people that want to move to Wyoming. And every once in a while, a snowstorm forecast during the perceived summer months is really good for that, Don. I don't mind that at all.
Yeah, the Wyoming Department of the Department of Tourism wasn't happy with me last week. First of all, we had those extremely strong winds late last week, and I talked to somebody yesterday that saw, literally witnessed a tree just blowing over. Then we had the snow in the western parts of the state, and then really just downright, sub-freezing temperatures. So we like to call nice weather Chamber of Commerce weather, because that's what you tell everybody it's like here every day. You should come live here because it's like this every day. And that certainly wasn't the case a few days ago. That's for sure.
No, and I don't mind, because Wyoming it's always been a place where only the hardies survive. You got to live through our weather, and that's a real proving ground. That's where we test things. So I don't mind that you scare off a few with a snowflakes.
I'm sure we did.
That's fine with me, man. But yeah, the secret is we love this place, weather and all. Thank you, Don, for the forecast. Day weather forecast, Cowboy State Daily. We'll get back into the Zoom room. Welcome into the conversation. A young lady that, she's got a fascinating, true story of her own life she needs to share with you. She's an author of a book And she talks about overcoming. Basically, you're going to be fascinated with this as we get Angelia into the room in just a moment. Let's take a quick break in the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
Go to that.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Let's get back to it. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake into the Zoom room, into the discussion. Welcome, Angelia McGoldrick. Angelia, it's great to have you.
Well, thank you so much, Jake. It's an honor to be on your show. Thank you for having me.
No, we're honored, truly. We're going to tell you about Angelia, what she's done, what she's doing, why you might should know of her. She's a professional counselor, hypnotherapist, metaphysician, entrepreneur, and author of the book, The Child I Left Behind, A Mother's Journey Toward Healing and Forgiveness. It dropped in April of this year and getting rave reviews on Amazon and on Goodreads, which I like Goodreads. And when you look at book reviews on Goodreads, these are people who read a lot and they're very discerning. And when they give you 4.95, star rating overall, wow. So this sounds like a book I've got to get. We'll tell you why you might have to read it. Angelia, let's start with the premise of this book, which is, and one of the things I see reviewers say is, you lay bare your life. You you invite people in and you say, this is me, a 9-year-old who never, that's when your childhood ended, at 9. You had to grow up fast and grow up rough. Start from then. What happened? Tough beginning.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jake. It was, my parents divorced and I was catapulted into adulthood at age 9. And my mom was in an abusive relationship and I wanted out and I didn't have anyone that was listening. So I was pregnant by the time I was 13 in an abusive relationship and out in the world at 14 as a young mother, and only escaped that relationship, Jake, with my life at 16. I was out in the world and on my own, and I knew if it was going to be, it was up to me. And against all odds and through sheer determination, I overcame so much to become a successful entrepreneur and later a psychotherapist who had a passion for giving back to others. And it's been a difficult journey, but I learned a lot along the way.
I want you to explain now how you're helping others with therapy and why you're doing that. I see why you're doing that. I mean, when you have figured out the answer, you want to share it and you want to help people in similar situations, but you didn't have that when you were a teen. I mean, what did you use? What did you find in you to say, I'm breaking this cycle, I'm getting out of this? How did you do it? Sheer determination. What does that mean?
Yes, Jake. Well, you know what? When you don't have any other options, you have to decide if you're going to make it work. And actually, sometimes, as a matter of fact, most of the time, the difficult struggles that we go through are the greatest teachers and the best lessons that we can learn. And, I did run into a counselor while I was in my teens that gave me some hope and helped give me inspiration that, my life wasn't over. And that meant a lot to me. And I never forgot about that. And so, as I was journeying through my life, I built several businesses, but my heart had always had a passion for giving back to others. And I knew that I wanted to be a therapist myself. And so I went to grad school and overcame a lot of obstacles. I only finished the 8th grade, never went to high school, but knew that an education and owning a business was a pathway out of poverty and difficulties. And so as a therapist, I just wanted to help others. There's so many, Jake, out there who are struggling, who feel stuck and live in difficulties and have had past or difficult childhoods. And they feel alone and they feel broken and they feel like there's no hope for a better future. And it's my passion to help them to know that there is hope for a better future. And my book, The Child I Left Behind, is a beautiful portrayal of what is possible, no matter where you start. You just need some encouragement along the way.
We're talking to Angelia McGoldrick. She wrote this book that you've just answered the question, what's your inspiration for writing this story? Why now? Like you overcame, you talk about being an entrepreneur and starting these businesses. Everything's going great and you're helping other people. What clicked in your mind that says, I should write a book? This would even help more.
I lived all of my dreams. By the time I was 50 years old, I had everything that I had ever dreamed of. I had a beautiful practice. I was a real estate investor and we were doing really well successfully financially. But there was a deep wound within me that I just could not heal. And I just didn't know what it was. I wasn't well mentally, physically, emotionally, or spiritually. And one night I was watching a documentary on Gaia about a film crew who had gone down to Costa Rica, or had gone down to the Amazon actually, and had done a plant medicine journey, and it changed their life. And I knew instantly that that's what I needed to do. And so I went down to Costa Rica. They had talked about rhythmia, and I did an ayahuasca journey, and it absolutely changed my life. It opened up the subconscious mind and allowed me to go within to find the deep wounds within me, and showed me that I was carrying this scarlet letter on my heart from a decision that I had made to leave my child behind when I was a young teenage mom, out of desperation and survival. And so it was through that journey that really helped me to recognize that we need to go within. I had created this beautiful world and this beautiful life with all these exterior things and all these material things, but we really need to take some time to look within and really look at the wounds and feel the pain. And we have to feel in order to heal. And so that's my message to others, that we have this beautiful bright light within us, but oftentimes it gets dimmed by the difficulties in our life. But there is hope that you can change and have a better life.
This like unresolved trauma, and probably your conscious mind has covered some of that up, like in trying to defend you, thinking like, oh, you know, he or she can't handle this. I'm going to bury this for them. But to tap this, you say we've got to look within. You're talking about tapping this sort of subconscious, something that's in there that hypnotherapy is able to get at. And for you, you found psychedelics, psychedelic medicine. Now, what are you talking about here? Are we talking about peyote? What is that? And is it safe? And how do you do it?
Yeah. So yes, absolutely. We do have to look within, and there's many journeys to healing. And a psychedelic journey isn't for everyone. It's definitely something that you do need to come in with a conscious, really looking at the, what's involved in all of that. And it's not something to take lightly. And yes, I am talking about an ayahuasca journey, which, is becoming more in the media. And as a psychotherapist, there's a lot of research going on at Johns Hopkins on psychedelics, as far as psilocybin, MDMA, and also ayahuasca and LSD. And what we're learning is that it actually helps to peel back the layers and helps to allow the conscious mind to settle down so that we can get into those deeper layers and begin to heal. And so it is, like I said, it is not a journey to take lightly, and it has to be in the right set and setting. There's a lot of preparation for it. And so, but definitely we do need to take a look within. And so often, like you said, Jake, people bury their wounds. They do everything they can to cover them up, whether it be through alcohol, drugs, workaholics, becoming a workaholic, or just, burying those things. And, things don't go away. The things we resist will persist. And when we, like I said earlier, what we feel can heal.
So the day job for this young lady, Angelia McGoldrick, she's a licensed professional counselor, hypnotherapist, metaphysician, entrepreneur, has a passion for helping people, founder and owner of the #1 counseling center in Southwest Virginia. You landed there after where? Cincinnati and Detroit. You've been to all the big cities. You're learning to maybe go take it a little slower than in those towns. But how about the book? Is it, you mentioned some therapies are not for everybody. You've got to target those. What about the book? What if someone didn't have near the traumatic start you did, 9-year-old, early pregnancy, but they do have some things that they'd like to overcome? Explain how the book could be for anyone. You don't necessarily have to be down. Like, who does it reach?
You know what, Jake? You're absolutely right. I think what's beautiful about this portrayal in this book, The Child I Left Behind, is that, I came from hard times, difficulties. I was out on my own pretty much from the time I was 9 years old, So, you don't have to have such a hard start in life to really gain a lot of insight and understanding. What's beautiful about my book is that you can see how someone who had a difficult start can overcome so much. And it gives people hope that just where they are, you just have to take the first step. And the biggest challenge is for people to recognize and become aware that they are struggling and that they do need to take some steps forward. And, there's many modalities of treatment, and everyone's on their own healing journey. But I believe that awareness and taking that first step forward is important. And in my book, The Child I Left Behind, I take you through the journey of all that I went through and all the difficulties. And it's an inspirational an inspirational story, as you've read from the reviews that are really pretty powerful, how it's touched so many people's lives from very different walks of life, and how it has given them hope and inspiration that if someone like me, who started off in a difficult beginning, could overcome so much, they too can make a difference and a change in their life as well.
Walking people through your own journey in this book lends the authenticity. When you tell people this is how you could get out of your situation, it's coming from someone who says, I did it. Like, here's how I did it. In my situation was real bad. That's authenticity. But doing it, you must have had to share some really tough stuff. You must have got down at that keyboard and said, I don't know if I want to type this out. I don't know. I mean, it might be self-healing for me to be like, let this out, but I'm going to share this with readers. That's crazy. And that's what reviewers say. Like, you laid it out there. What was the toughest thing to put in this book? Like, you had to hesitate. Like, I don't know.
Well, it was a little bit scary to really reveal and allow my soul to be opened up this way. But I am so grateful that I'm able to share my story. And it was very difficult. And I took a year to go off into my lake house and stayed pretty much alone while I wrote this, because it was very difficult. The most difficult part of the story is just telling about the heart-wrenching decision that I had to make to leave my child behind. And the scarlet letter that I wore upon my heart, that so many wounded mothers, we have this wounded heart that oftentimes that is never even talked about. There's so many women out there that have these children, and we do the best we can as moms, and we make mistakes along the way. And I talk about the difficult journey between me and my daughter throughout our life together. And so I really do bare my soul, and I tell it all, and I wanted to be really honest and authentic through my story. And it really touches the reader's soul, because they can relate in their own lives the difficulties that I've been through an abusive relationship, being a young mom, a teen mom, being out in the world on my own, coming from a difficult childhood, as well as going through parental alienation, which is when a parent turns their child against the other parent. And I talk about that, and that's not something that's talked about very often, unless you're going through a very difficult conflictual divorce. But as a therapist, I've worked really hard to bring these issues out, and I do this so well in the book. And I hope it touches so many lives, because that's my passion, is to help others.
If you're carrying a hurt, a trauma, it's only going to get heavier. Angelia will tell you that. You need to break a cycle. You need to get on a healing journey. This book will help you get there. Reviewers are saying life-changing, couldn't put it down, stuff like that. Where do we get the book? Amazon? Anywhere?
It's The Child I Left Behind, A Mother's Journey Toward Healing and Forgiveness. It's Angelia, Anjalia McGoldrick, McGoldrick.com. And take a look. It's a beautiful, beautiful book that will help touch your soul, and a wonderful story of a betrayal, of overcoming many difficulties to triumph in life, and also to find forgiveness for yourself.
Angelia has a web presence. Find her on the interwebs, AngeliaMcGoldrick.com. There's a book signing coming up in Belleville, Michigan next month on the 15th. Maybe you can make that. Angelia, thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jake. It's great being with you. Thank you very much.
Someone will benefit from your appearance here, even if it's one person, someone. I mean, the book sales are nice, but someone's life could change for the better today. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All
Have
right.
a great day.
You too. We'll take a quick break here on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Be right back with Andrew Rossi.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Yeah, Rossi, get in here. Andrew Rossi.
Jaunty little tune you got going.
Yes, jaunty. That's exactly the word for it. You're so good with words. That's probably why you're a writer.
That's why you keep me around.
Jaunty is spot on accurate. Well, we have to go to less jaunty things right away. Let's get the elephant out of the room. Let's get the bison out of the boiling pot. How to poach a buffalo is Andrew Rossi's latest story, in case you didn't know. Gruesome. I did see this, though, on the socials, and I thought I should tell Andrew that this woman has a video of a poor buffalo walking into the Grand Prismatic and boiling alive. And sure enough, you already have the story.
Yep, and I haven't seen anything about it since, so I have to assume that the National Park Service probably removed the body at some point, if they were able to, because you don't want to leave something like that, something that tempting lying around for the park's carnivores to get to.
Yeah, because that is a popular feature, right? It's not exactly a place where there just might be a couple of people that saw it. There had to be a crowd there.
Oh, absolutely. I saw at least 3 people who posted photos of the bison. So the ones you saw, the same ones that I saw, we included in the story, was a woman who actually witnessed it happening. But other people posted photos of the body in the pool after the fact, or the carcass, I guess we'd want to call it. So I haven't seen any posts about a carcass in Grand Prismatic since Saturday. So who knows? I can't say for sure what happened, but presumably, because the National Park Service does move corpses of bison, and if they're in problematic spots for visitors and whatnot, and that would be a problematic spot because Grand Prismatic is one of the most popular places in Yellowstone.
This happened last weekend on Saturday morning. Louise Howard witnessed the event, had video, and I don't know if I had the audio up when I watched the video. I imagine it was probably full of like, OMG, that poor bison. I don't know. Did she say anything in the video?
I'm not sure if she mentioned in one of the posts that she had a video, but I never saw it posted anywhere. So you must have seen something that I didn't. All I saw was the photos that she had shared.
I've seen something that's burned on my retina that I'll never be able to forget. But we do have some takeaways in this story. One, we learned that I didn't know this, that these pools, many of these features, thermal features in Yellowstone, are not acidic. You know, you get the idea that when you fall in them, you get, it just eats you up. They're not terribly acidic, you found out. Not many of them.
No, I spoke with Mike Poland, the scientist in charge of the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory, and he told me that there are acidic pools in Yellowstone, but they're not acidic like I imagine a lot of people think of an acidic pool where, you dip something in, it dissolves immediately. The most acidic pool in the park has the same pH as something like orange juice. And I don't think a lot of people would go to orange juice as their go-to to dissolve a body and whatnot. But no, most of the pools are neutral. They have a neutral pH, so that basically make it like tap water, essentially. It's just, it's flatlined. It's not acidic or basic. But the thing that is dangerous that, people get in there and they see, their skin starts to flake off and everything, or it's a really painful. That's not acid. That's just the heat of the water itself because it's at the boiling point, and grand prismatic is there as well. So that's what's causing the damage when people wander into these pools or fall in or whatnot. It's not that the acid's eating away at them. It's just getting scalded by boiling water.
Yeah, that sounds like enough. And the other takeaway is, look what happened to this bison when he got off the boardwalk and too close to hot water. That should be a signal to you. Don't be a dumb buffalo. Stay on the boardwalk, everybody.
Yeah, and the bison are allowed to be on the boardwalk. So even if they have trouble following their own rules, then that's all the more reason why you should stay on your designated path.
I've seen a bison walking right down the boardwalk toward me, and yeah, it caused a quick exit to the truck. I love this story about this lucky, used up all 9 lives, miracle orange cat, man. Every once in a while, you get an animal that realizes it's within an inch of its life and needs help. And this one walks through a doggy door into somebody's home in Gillette 3 months ago and said, help me, and we'll share the photos, but this cat needed a lot of help.
Yeah, the story of Spalding is connected with a lot of people. We first covered it several months ago. When he wandered into a Gillette home, he had a huge abscess on the side of his face, probably from a fight with another cat. And it's just that situation, like you said, he just walked in and he asked for help. They took him to the Gillette Animal Shelter where he could have been euthanized, but everyone fell in love with him there. So they contacted Second Chance Sheridan Cat Rescue and said, can you give this guy a shot? Because we really want to. So they took him in, and 3 months later, he's fully healed. He's recovered. And I can't tell you how many emails I've gotten personally about people wanting to adopt him because he is available for adoption. So I guess I'll put that out there now. I have no say I have no stake in whether Spalding gets adopted or not. I hope he gets adopted and he finds the first home right off the bat and he lives a very happy life. But I've got nothing to do with it in that sense. You'll want to contact Second Chance Sheridan Cat Rescue if you're interested in adopting Spalding. I've got no way to facilitate that.
Yeah, if only you could be his agent. You could, we could go highest bidder, but it's going to be a feel-good story with a positive ending, and I'm sure the line will be out the door to adopt this plucky orange kitty cat.
Absolutely. Well, it's one of those stories, Jake, where we made an impact because they spoke to the director of the shelter, and she said after the story got posted in Cowboy State Daily, they got over $10,000 in donations for his medical care, and they thanked us for that. So I don't say that to toot our own horn, but it just goes to show what kind of an impact you can have once you get a story out there.
Yeah. I mean, you just got to make the awareness. you might see something like that on social media, but again, and be inclined to help, but you don't trust. You're like, oh, that might be fake news. That might be a fake photo just designed to get me to give to the shelter. But when you see it on a trusted news source like Cowboy State Daily, you find kind-hearted people who open the wallet. Yeah, good job. You're lucky, Spalding. Maybe you got one life left. Use it wisely. More good news story from Cody Theater. I'm so glad this marquee that, we thought it would be an arduous task to fix the sagging marquee in the Cody Theater. A lot of engineering might be involved, a really tough fix. We know the permitting process to fix the 88-year-old marquee was full of red tape and stuff like that. You got to get YDOT to sign off, the town to sign off. And it turns out, hey, we got this done, man. And it turns out that actually when they fixed it, it's going to be better than we thought.
Yep, back up and higher than it's been in several decades at the very least. And yeah, it was an arduous task because they didn't know exactly what they had to do because, it'd been sagging for decades at that point. And I know the owners of the Cody Theater very well, and they were concerned about how they were going to be able to do this. It's like, do we have to take it off? Do we have to rebuild it? Once they were able to get inside, though, they realized that it's very structurally sound. It was just some minor points of failure that they could address. And the funny thing about it is, it took months of getting the permits and the engineering plans and everything to do. And then once they had everything ready to go and they got permission to go, it took an afternoon to get this thing resurrected, if you will. And I spend a lot of time at the Cody Theater now, and being able to walk under that marquee and see it raised to its previous heights and everything, it's a really special feeling. And I think a lot of people in the community are going to appreciate, because now that it's been fixed, now that it's been raised, they're going to be able to do more of the cosmetic enhancements to restore it to some of its lost glory. So getting the neons replaced and keeping the character that people value, which I know is so important to the owners, is not enhancing the Cody Theater to make it, a 21st century theater on the outside. It's all the inside stuff that you don't see, but they want it to retain its historical character. And this was the ultimate testament to that.
Good. And I'm glad that the owners were rewarded with something positive. Usually when you dig into an old building or an old structure, like you expect to find the worst. And usually that's the case. Like you're like, oh, this is going to be way more than we thought. This is falling apart. This doesn't work. But it turns out it was all positive news. The sign just needed a little tightening up. The anchors were holding, and this thing could be sitting there for another 100 years, which would be good news.
Well, you know what they say, Jake. They don't build them like they used to. But in this case, they were working with something that was built like they used to.
Yes, I like that. More Yellowstone. Give me more Yellowstone, man. The spinoff with the son. It's going to be what would be Kevin Costner's son, Casey Dutton, played by Luke Grimes. There's going to be a spinoff called Why Marshals, and you had news all about it. Where are they shooting it, and why are we excited about it?
They're shooting it in Summit County, Utah. So that's actually just over the state line into Utah. And that's actually where I learned the first 3 seasons of Yellowstone had actually been filmed before production switched over to Montana. So it's not like it's unfamiliar territory for them, but it's going to be a big boon for Utah, which something I think Wyoming might want to take note of, that it's going to generate a lot of jobs and millions of dollars in revenue to have this production and several other productions that they've greenlit for that area filming in that vicinity, which is very close to Salt Lake City. So we're not talking about a remote middle of nowhere place. It's a place where people who are interested in that industry will have easy access to get those jobs. But yeah, why Marshals? We don't know much about the show. We just know that Casey Dutton is tapping into his Special Forces past, and he's going to join the special elite unit of the U.S. Marshals. And well, we all know the tone of Yellowstone at this point, so you can imagine what a elite unit of Marshals is going to, sort of adventures they're going to get into. Lots of explosions and gunfights and that sort of thing, as we know happens in Paradise Valley in Montana. That's just a way of life up there.
Right. A lot of shooting, but Yeah, there was way more shootouts and killings than any ranch owner, cattleman would experience. Yellowstone started jumping the shark that way. But now they've pivoted and having this guy in special forces, now that's his job to shoot. So I see where they're going with this. Yeah, expect Luke Grimes and way more gunplay. Smart move.
Yeah, if you like Yellowstone, it's more of the same. So take that as you will.
Well, that's what spin-offs and sequels are supposed to be. Sheridan behind it?
He's an executive producer on the project at this point, but I mean, he's got so many other things that he's doing.
Yeah.
I read one quote from a Paramount executive that said, you know what, we're going to be happy to have him in any capacity. What capacity that is, we don't know, but he's going to be involved in some way.
He's the it guy right now. I mean, he needs to be cloned. Everybody wants a piece of what he's producing. Great writer, great guy behind the camera. All right. Thanks, Andrew. I appreciate it. Have a great Wednesday.
You too, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Top of the hour break coming up. We thank you for spending your June 25th with us. Hope you make it a habit. Great to have you along.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Even if they can't agree on much else, Wyomingites across the board value access to public land. That's what the state's 4 living former governors told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines. They said that it comes as no surprise that strong opposition to proposed public land sales crossed political party and ideological lines.
Matt Mead, Dave Freudenthal, Jim Geringer, and Mike Sullivan all pretty much said the same thing, that that's a huge part of why people even live in Wyoming is those vast tracts of easily accessible public land right outside their back doors. They don't have to ask anybody permission. They don't need any special permits, no trespass fees. They just go where they want to, whether it's hunting, fishing, mountain biking, name any outdoor activity that you can name. Wyomingites love it. And so that was one big reason why there was such a unified pushback against this bill.
Now Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the senator from Utah who has ignited controversy in western states by proposing a mandatory sell-off of between 2 and 3 million acres of public lands in the next 5 years is offering to scale back his plan.
Monday night, Senator Mike Lee did this big post on X.com like, I'm going to pull the Forest Service lands, I'm going to winnow the BLM land so it's just 5 miles outside of a population center. We're going to have freedom zones to benefit American families. And it sounded great. And some people were like, yeah, they're listening to the outcry. But David Wilms, who works for a group that's concerned about public land, was like, we haven't seen the text, firstly. And secondly, I mean, this could hit the Senate floor Thursday, whereas usually, like, if there's a public land transfer under federal law, there's like weeks of public comment and there's like stakeholder meetings and there's all this deliberation. So he was saying it still is something that is getting jammed through in a budget reconciliation bill.
Alex Bakken, who spoke to Cowboy State Daily Tuesday in his role as president of the Bow Hunters of Wyoming, was cautiously optimistic after hearing Lee's proposed change. If nothing else, he said, it's a sign that congressional lawmakers are listening to people. A revolution in drilling technology is transforming Wyoming's Powder River Basin, turning what was once an economically challenging oil play into a more promising frontier. The revolution centers on horizontal drilling. Although the technique has been around for more than a century, Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Anschutz Exploration Corporation is pushing the industry by drilling Wyoming's first 3-mile lateral well on a pad in Johnson County.
If you think of an oil well as a straw going into the ground, the horizontal technology essentially bends the straw and goes horizontally through the oil reserve. And that's important because a lot of this oil is trapped in these thin, shallow, and wide reserves. So you don't want to just punch vertically through it. You want to go horizontally to access all of the resource.
Because horizontal drilling makes it possible to access 3 miles of underground reserves, it's possible to produce more oil with fewer rigs in the Powder River Basin. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous and 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
Lori Lang's Passion Project is a Facebook community that started as a group of 10 friends sharing their favorite photos of Wyoming. Since Lang first launched Wyoming Through the Lens in 2015, the online photo repository has soared to a community of nearly 465,000 today. Not only is the group large in number, it has a reputation for prolific engagement. A single post will often get hundreds of comments and thousands of likes within hours, if not minutes. But Lang told Cowboy State Daily's Zachary Sontag that changed 3 weeks ago.
Overnight, Facebook changed its algorithms, and all of that engagement basically plummeted to zero. And what's even worse is that there's no clear path forward for what to do about it. And she can't get in touch with anybody at Facebook, can't get in touch with anybody at Meta, and there's no sense of what's happening, why it's happening, if it's meant to happen, or if something's going wrong.
For Lang, the group's greatest purpose is not promoting tourism, it's connecting people to their home. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16, divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family. So I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed. It's been 15 years, and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Cowboy State Daily Show, and it's Claire McFarland joining us. Claire, I warn listeners, and you, if you were listening, but I bet you weren't, that we would talk about this story in a different kind of way, in a way that you're not going to want to talk about this story, but that's part of the tension that makes these segments so fun. Your story about Wyoming legislators who wore red to warn of the direction the state is headed. Projected $700 million budget deficit in Wyoming. I assume mainly that's due to property tax relief and how the revenue is not going to come pouring in like it was from there. You got oil and gas and coal. That's down. So what the state is taking in, not what it used to be. So we're heading in perhaps a bad direction, and this is a state that constitutionally has always balanced its budget. We're not California. And so these lawmakers got together and decided to wear red in showing that. Great photo op. But my takeaway from the story is Scott Smith, that jacket doesn't fit right. Bill Alleman, I don't know what that jacket is, but that needs to be retired.
Jake Nichols.
I mean, you didn't know I was such a fashionista, but
No, I did not.
nobody looks good in red except for Megan Degenfelder. And these jackets.
Red's my color. What are you talking?
Is
I'm
it
wearing
really?
red right now. Yeah, it's
All
my
right,
color.
Claire and Megan look good in red.
Because I'm prone to blushing. And so, it coordinates.
Right? It's matching. I think Jeremy Haroldson thankfully missed the memo and avoided a real faux pas.
He would look good in red.
He had that great quote the other day, which I like, in talking about Senator Mike Lee, the story of the week, of the month, the potential sale of public lands. He had the great take, and there's many takes to be made, like this bill is half cooked. This thing isn't ready for prime time. There's too many questions. Where's the money going to go? How's the sale going to go? And Haroldson said, and what's the housing aspect? Government has no business in the housing business. I enjoyed that quote from Haroldson.
Yeah. So Haroldson is not from Teton County, obviously,
No.
where housing governance is like the thing. Government involvement in housing is the thing in Teton County. But yeah, you could argue back and forth all day. You get two people, different sides of that, whether the government has done good or bad there. The proponents of Teton County's housing scheme would say, we have no choice. We have finite, high-priced resources. We have to be careful. But anyway, Haroldson was probably not the strongest take in that story because Ryan Semerad came out with all the F-bombs. And that was the most colorful interview I've ever done in my entire life.
Really?
But Haroldson, was like, A, the government shouldn't be messing with our housing, and B, concerned about public land sales anyway.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much not to like if you're a Wyoming guy. We love our public lands, as you point out in myriad stories about this topic. We love our public lands. The idea they could be fenced off and bought by a billionaire, private interest, or foreign entities. That's aggravating. And there's too much we don't know. There's a lot of mystery. There's this Montana carve-out that seems weird. And what is the motivation of Senator Mike Lee? He's kind of backing off a little. Can you read anything into the statements on X, Claire? Does it look like he really does hear the American people and certainly the Mountain West, and says he's going to make some concessions?
I mean, it's clear that the pressure has hit, right? It's clear the temperature is up in his world, very clear. But like David Wilms said in that interview with me yesterday, like, okay, show us the language, show us the definitions, show us the promises in writing, because, Wilms said this is getting jammed through the budget reconciliation process rather than just a more lengthy, straightforward process involving all the stakeholders. And FLTMA, the federal law by which we transfer federal lands, or ascribe uses for them. Wilm said something like, it's not perfect, but then let's address it rather than go around it for this wholesale, or I guess massive sell-off.
Yeah, we had Representative Schmidt on the other day, and he said there's already an avenue for dispensing of public land managed by the feds. We've heard now the opinion of our state lawmakers, 8 Democrats in unison, writing a letter saying they don't like this. Most every Republican, just about everybody, doesn't like this amendment in the big, beautiful bill. But we still haven't circled back with, I think, Congresswoman Harriet Hageman, for instance, who originally warned, she saw the swell coming and said, well, we're not just selling the Bridger Teton National Forest. We're talking about small BLM parcels in downtown Las Vegas where, they were just holding up development. Is that true? Do we need to go back and find out, especially in light of Representative Carly Provenza's letter to the editor? Do we have to circle back with our senators, Barrasso alumnus and our Congresswoman Hageman, about how would they vote? What do they think about it?
Okay, so wow, a lot to unpack there because back in October, when the state was signing on to Utah's challenge in the U.S. Supreme Court, like give public lands to the states. No, we're not talking about reservations or national parks, but other public lands, give to the states. It's our duty to manage them, and you've put us on an unequal sovereignty footing with other states by taking over half our land in Wyoming's case, right? And at that time, so I'm not saying that this principle doesn't hold evergreen for the people who got involved in that suit, like Governor Gordon, 26 lawmakers, and Harriet Hageman. I'm not saying that, but it is also important to note at the time that that a lot of Wyomingites, especially from the conservative side, were frustrated with Biden's federal lands approach because there seemed to be a conservation emphasis. There was this reinterpretation of FLIPMA with a conservation emphasis, and just people, ranchers, hunters were being spooked. And like, what are the feds doing? And so I think a lot of people, even those for whom the concept of states management is not evergreen, were like, yeah, let's do this ourselves. And so there's that context. And as for Harriet Hageman now, yes, she's spoken in defense of the bill and she's pointed to its many, many carve-outs. National trail systems, national parks, lands with existing rights. But she's also been careful to point out that this language was not presented to her for a vote. It wasn't on the House side. And so she technically hasn't voted in favor of it.
That's a good point. I didn't think about that a lot of that fervor back then was in a different time, a different era under Biden, this idea the states wanted to take back. Yeah, that's a super good point. It's just, this is going to continue to be the top news story in the cycle and for a while. Let's change gears then. Let's go to something else. How about how about the junk food? Claire McFarland's story about Wyoming again considers banning buying junk food with SNAP benefits. State Rep Jacob Wasserberger, Cheyenne, confirmed to you, I think, that he wants to bring back House Bill 323.
Yeah, he did confirm that in a text. And I was like, because I knew he was in the labor health meeting again yesterday. So I didn't call him. I texted. It's just reporter etiquette. If you know, I don't always know. I don't always remember. But if you know that the source is in a meeting all day, you text him. And they're pretty good. Most of them getting back that way. Anyway, Representative Wasserberger, he did confirm, like, yeah, I'm bringing that back. And I was like, do you want to comment more? Do you want to talk about it? He didn't. And that time, again, could have been busy with labor health all day. I understand they talked about some interesting stuff. But there was plenty of chatter at the meeting, like Riverton Representative Joel Guggenmoss. He doesn't represent my district because I'm out in the country, but he represents the urban Riverton district. He was like, this, we know that this crap is bad for you. We know this. So why are we even entertaining public dollars for poison? And, Representative Mike Yin come in the other angle, like, yeah, but it's more layers of enforcement. It's more layers of worry. It's more layers of possible penalty for people who we should just let make their own choices.
Totally. I could see that too. I could see both. If this is, government tax money going to this program and with the idea that you're under the poverty line and nutrition is going to be important to you, should you be buying milk or Red Bull? I mean, I get it. But I get Mike in too saying the government's already in enough of your life. From a Democrat saying this, we don't need the government telling you more how to eat, what to eat.
This is an interesting phenomenon because in red states and really, really red states like Wyoming, the Democrats tend more libertarian. I wonder, I think maybe the inverse is true in blue states, Republicans, because there's they're just dominating us at every turn with their red state policies. So let's argue for less government involvement, more local control. That's our only hope. And so it's really fun. I think the libertarians probably always gravitate toward the underdog. I don't know, but it's really interesting to watch that dynamic in states that are dominated by one side.
Yeah, to watch Democrats sort of slide into that void of libertarian in a really, really red state. Nature abhors a vacuum, and they see a little opportunity there to just sort of move in and, that's interesting. I never thought about that. How about this story? Gillette man who admitted to child sex crimes. He was applying for a job as a deputy, and during the polygraph test, he laid bare some disturbing news. So, what's the latest? We're talking about a plea hearing? What's going on with Bradley Hudson?
So he's supposed to change his plea Monday, so you still got to say allegedly. Even though he signed the plea agreement,
right?
He hasn't confessed in court or pleaded or anything like that. So that's for you.
Allegedly.
Yeah, this one. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I don't know what else to say, Jake. They had the polygraph test to hear the sheriff tell it is just one step in like kind of a rigorous process to get hired on. He was wanting to be a jail deputy, and it sounds like the question started off super subtle. Like, did you ever have this kind of a encounter? Like, I think it was something like, did you ever mess around with a cousin or something? Like, just a gentle.
Yeah. And the needles start jumping, and you're like, uh-oh.
Yeah. And then it, yeah. I don't know how that, what else to say about that one?
Yeah, I don't know. There's the Hudson man with the child porn. And I mean, first and foremost, we have to protect our kids. That's for sure. We got to make sure, people with bad actors don't have access to kids. Number one, first and foremost. Then we talk about punishment. But yeah, it's tough. They always get sticky when we talk about crime stuff. Allegedly. Claire allegedly looks good in red. So she says. Nobody else does.
Thank you.
Claire and Megan.
Megan does. Thank you,
Thanks,
Jake.
Claire.
Bye.
Claire McFarland of the Cowboy State Daily Show will be back with more in just a quick moment or two. Stay with us.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I found the fatherhood program and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life that it's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here on this Wednesday, and we welcome into the discussion Senate President Ogden Driscoll. First and foremost, Senator, more important than politics or USA or Wyoming, first and foremost, priorities. You're a cattleman, so we've got to talk about the weather. Let's lean up against the buck rail fence, talk about weather. How's the spring there going in Crook County, and how are the cows doing?
Good morning. Doing great. We got a nice rain again last night. It's been an absolutely beautiful spring and early summer. No excess, but good. Cattle markets are good. Tourism's fairly decent. It's off to a pretty nice start to a year.
That's important. That's good stuff. Drought, an issue across the state in many areas, and it's caused you to have to reduce the herd over the years. But yeah, nice spring. You never know. We'll snap right out of it. Okay, let's get into that, the boring politics discussion. And we're not keeping you from any. I know there's a lot of meetings going on now. You're not dodging a meeting talking to us, are you?
I am not. I just came from 2 days of appropriations in Gillette.
Oh, yes.
I'm fired up and educated a little bit. We had a day of fire meetings and a day of DD waiver meetings, and very educational. And it was good to start to get the mind into the swing of getting ready to do the budget.
Good deal. Budget. We're going to talk taxes specifically. That's why we wanted to have you on. But let's hit a few other things where you're in the news just because we have you and we have this opportunity. The Thermopolis Hot Springs, the Star Plunge, that issue, boy, we're just trying to get two parties together that are far apart, button heads. And you had a great idea bringing in a Democrat, Mike Giroux, and Mike's got some experience in hospitality and concessions. If anybody can do it, you and Mike can, and you couldn't do it.
Absolutely broke my heart. You know, I went on Travel Recreation Wildlife Committee 15 years ago, and that was a burning issue, all the concessions there, and I've been deeply involved in it through the years. And you know, the fact of the matter is, part of the concessionaires hated me there, felt like I was trying to really hurt them. And you know, as we've come through it, this last meeting was not about concessionaires specifically. It was about a community that's really in need and hurting to have a business open. And I'll be really honest with you. And I've had a love-hate relationship with part of those concessionaires, but at all costs, I wanted to see, I live in the tourism business. And, you know, ironically, it's not me that benefits, it's the entire community that does off of these good tourism areas. And Thermop's a grand one. It's absolutely wonderful. And it breaks my heart to see one of the major attractions in the state of Wyoming sitting idle when there's no reason for it to do so. I understand if there was other major issues, but I really, and I am a legislator, and I can't understand for the life of me why we can't meet a few goals on the thing and keep it going until the lawsuit's done. I understand the lawsuit. I have no interest in intervening or causing a problem with it, but I really want for the people of Hot Springs County and Thermopolis, particularly, it'll lead into your tax cuts, is the 25% in Thermopolis on the residential cuts hit them unfairly because they really had not had the big increases we've seen like up here where I live. And so they've took actual cuts that have affected services in their community and is affecting, they're talking about closing their museum there. It's a wonderful museum. And those type of things are inadvertent things we do. And it breaks your heart to see that happen. And I just wanted to step in and say, let's do our best to get them whole in the short term. And then we'll sort out the deals when the war starts. And I was unsuccessful. Mike's a hand. He's an old concessionaire. He understands the documents and that end of it. But we couldn't get there. It's a case where it's like a bad divorce. Both parties are really hardened on this thing, and it's sad.
Speaking of Senator Mike Giroux, he wrote a great letter to the editor for Cowboy State Daily. Really nice column, pointing out some things about the controversial rowdy group, the Freedom Caucus. Senator Driscoll, your best assessment of the Freedom Caucus, I think, your review of the 2025 legislative session was, well, they didn't do a horrible job. So what do you think? I mean, Freedom Caucus, as Mike Giroux points out, as I think we've all seen, they were somewhat fixated on national issues that maybe don't need to play in Wyoming or don't play at all. What do you think of the Freedom Caucus? You've worked with everybody at this point. You learned how to get along with Democrats. What about the Freedom Caucus?
I get along, but part of it's hard to identify who they are. It's really an interesting deal. And I see today there's a comment came out, and the red coat little deal they did is their leader, their emeritus leader, John Bear, came out and said, well, these aren't all Freedom Caucus members. And the comment was, well, identify them to us, tell us who they are. Well, we're not going to tell you. Well, it's really hard when you have a moving target. You have a group that's forwarding policy, but they don't identify themselves. Anonymous people that are doing things are always hard to deal with. You put your name to it, you take the arrows and the axes, and they're not willing to do that. And, you're correct, is what they really seeded. And I said that when I said we really didn't do it, is we've probably expanded the AG's office because we have numbers of lawsuits from, doesn't really matter where you look, abortion lawsuits, education lawsuits, voucher lawsuits. We're doing a great job of feeding the legal profession. They've really stepped in on a lot of these bills, and it's Katie, bar the door. We're not worried about the consequences. We're just going to go ahead and do it, and then we'll deal with the fallout when it happens. And that's never been the way the legislature when I went in, the old timers, which, if you want to throw the rocks and do the old boys club, is, the first lesson they really teach you is, one, be really cautious about how fast you move. And second, think things out, that if you're going to err to the side of doing no harm. And we're not really doing that right now. We're just going out there and, we're throwing a bomb over the fence and hoping that it doesn't blow the neighbor's place up. And it's coming to roost a little bit.
Yeah. Well, let's talk taxes. Everybody likes to talk taxes. Everybody likes to complain about taxes. You had a post the other day in social media with the revelation. This map showed the tax burden by state. You've been a senator for 15 years, and you say you've only seen 2 tax increases in all that time. Are people rightly complaining about being under a terrible tax burden in Wyoming, or should we feel a little fortunate?
Oh, you're going to bait me into getting beat up because everyone thinks they're taxed too heavy, and
yeah,
the truth is, I live against South Dakota and Montana, and I can tell you, if my house, my ranch, and my business were located in either one of those states, my tax burden would be many multiples higher. And do I think my taxes are up there? Anytime when you're writing checks for things at the end of the month, it always seems like the ones that are there, and particularly when you write them once a year, they're tough. And so, I posted that Wyoming's 49th in the nation, and it doesn't talk about another piece in that post is we're 49th in the burden, but it also doesn't talk about what impact the minerals does to pay the other part of our taxes. And so, Wyoming, in truth, is a very frugal state. Firefighting yesterday, we pulled up the charts. Out of every surrounding state against Wyoming, we have less firefighters, less equipment, less people. And that's true in almost every single piece you look at in the state of Wyoming. The truth is, common perception is we spend a lot of money and we're wild. And, that leads into my friends at the Freedom Caucus. Last election, they literally defeated people saying we're going to cut the budget by 30%. This budget that came out of President Driscoll's Senate was bloated. It's the biggest in Wyoming's history. What ironically, I've really kicked back. A big part of that was you have to write a check to put money in savings. We put more money in savings in 2 years than Wyoming has in any decade in its history. We really did things the right way. And now all of a sudden they're finding as they get into appropriations, they're no longer talking about cutting the budget, but they actually advertised when they ran, I promise you I'll cut the budget by 30%. It's not going to happen. The truth is what appropriations does has happened forever. Yesterday, you got to see some antics. They stepped up wearing red coats saying we're in the red. They said they'd take them off when we got in the black. Well, I expect July 1 that the coats will be put into retirement because our interest income check flows into the LISRA and Wyoming will no longer be in the red. It's unprofiled money. It's there. And the truth is Wyoming's done a phenomenal job of balancing its budget. They talk about these future potential problems they see coming. I can tell you, not only have we seen them profiled in the past, we've also seen them come to fruit. A handful of years in, Representative Greer came to me and said, "Oh my God, Driscoll, we're cutting $100 million and we're having a hard time doing it." He said, "You won't believe how hard it is when you get on a PROPS." And a few years later, I got on a PROPS and I was handed a $400 million deficit. And it's exactly what the good chair of PROPS talked about was they handed it to us. And do you know what we did? We sat with Governor Meade and appropriations worked and we cut just right at 400 million and balanced our budget. And that's what we'll do again is in times of good, we help our people, all our constituents as much as we can. We'll put some money in DD waivers. We're going to do some firefighting efforts. But when you're broke, you don't do those things. And a lot of times you eliminate programs and take them away. And I can look people in the eye and tell them the things that are near and dear to some of my constituents across the board, somewhere in the future will get cut. They'll get taken, either rolled way back or taken away, because that's what Wyoming does. When we're short of money, we buckle up and we take away what we've given.
Well, we'll talk about buckling up here on one last thing. We're talking to Senator Ogden Driscoll. He runs cows at the in the shadow of Devil's Tower. At least that's what we're still calling it today. And every January points the pickup truck towards Cheyenne and deals with this year, this coming, I don't want to get too far ahead. It's still only June, but this coming time, budget session. And Senator, will we know in this budget session, will we have our first look at what these property tax relief is going to mean for revenue? A lot of folks are real worried. You can't make the concessions we made in property tax relief and then still have things come out okay on the other end. That money's got to come from somewhere. Where do you stand with? Are you satisfied with what we did for property owners and giving them some relief with taxes, or is this the first step towards anything worrisome when we look at the budget?
Oh, it's the first step. When you look at the Revenue Committee and what they've got, they want to continue to cut, and it's doubling down on a bad bet's never a wise thing to do. And the relief was needed. We did what big government does, and it breaks my heart. We gave a one size fits all, and disappropriately, some of the big cuts went to the richest taxpayers in the state of Wyoming. We've really honestly got some good programs. If you're truly needy and you're in a problem, you're probably not going to pay much for tax. We take great care of our veterans. The other end of it, I can tell you, I live in one of the counties with the highest tax increases. Crook County is 70-some%. Ironically, 70% in Crook County is an interesting thing. Is By the way, it wasn't tax increases. That's the big misnomer that's out there. It was increase in valuation. And so the very thing that they're trying to stop creates an ongoing problem. Is every time you lower property taxes to a major degree, you invite a whole bunch of people to move from out of state and come in here and buy my neighbor's ranch and subdivide it and make the ground worth $20,000 an acre and make my house worth a lot more. My house was a $100,000 house 30 some years ago. It's now a $700,000 house. And my guess is if they'll continue to lower property taxes enough, I can get my house up to where it's $2-3 million and I still pay the same amount of tax because of so there's some issues there. But, we really hurt the poor counties. You look at Niobrara, who hasn't had a big increase, Hot Springs, Weston, some of these hardship counties, it's actual cuts to them. It's not a reduction in increase. It's a cut to them. And yesterday we had a quote, from the chairman of the committee as well. It was actually only 1 to 5%, and it really doesn't have an effect. Well, I can tell you, I just told you Hot Springs looked at closing their museum. Crook County's museum board's hurt very bad. We're talking about not being able to take care of our ambulances and part of our firefighting in Crook County. We're one of the ones with the big increase. And so I will tell you, you hit it on the head. The money comes from somewhere. And when you do the cuts, we imposed from above cuts on local government, and particularly the special districts voted taxes on themselves to do good things for themselves. And we took that away from them. The big shoe has not fallen yet. That'll be the several $100 million in education. That's 70% of that cut we gave. That will come directly out of the general fund cuts. That's going to affect a program somewhere else. You're talking about that. Then we also have 2 other pieces that fall into that are going to be major hits on the general fund. Is we did education vouchers for $7,000. It's $30 million a year ongoing. I doubt any of those people want to change back from what they're doing. So we're probably looking at a minimum of $30 million a year going forward. I'm guessing the Freedom Caucus are going to be pushing that hard, and it's hard to say no once it's passed. The last one is, and I played a role in that, I ran an amendment, is we diverted $70 million a year of licensing income that goes into the general fund back to YDOT to work on our highways. And I'm one of the ones we've neglected our infrastructure for many years. And so I spent political capital and time to try to help YDOT start getting some of these roads in a little better shape. Anybody that drives, particularly on the secondaries, we need some TLC on our highways, general fund that we do.
Well, Senator, thank you so much for the work you do on behalf of the Wyoming people. You're one of the last of the different kind of breed of legislator. You're real. You're what I think was intended, not professional politicians, representatives of your district, and then making a 1-month commitment to go share things at the state capitol. I appreciate the way you've done this job for 15 years now. Thank you so much for being on as well.
Thank you. That's one of the biggest compliments I've ever had. Dead serious.
No, I'm serious. We need more of you. We need 20, 30 more of you, and maybe less of some others, but thanks, man.
Wyoming's full of me. The truth is, what we really need is for people to support people that are doing the work. And it's hard to get people to run now.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really good people out there. I encourage all of them to take a hard look, step in, and make Wyoming better for the future.
Amen. Have a great Wednesday. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Senator Driscoll on the show. Cowboy State Taylor will take a quick break, and we're going to get another lawmaker in the room right after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day's a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so big. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love, your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues as we welcome into the discussion State Rep Carly Provenza, Democrat Laramie. You're the second Democrat, Carly, that we've had on this week, and we had two Republicans, so we're batting 500. We're dead even. Playing no favorites. Thanks for being on.
Thanks for having me, Jake. Appreciate it.
You bet. So everybody's talking about this Utah Senator Mike Lee's amendment tucked into the big, beautiful bill. He seems to have an agenda. I mean, we've seen this is not the first time Senator Mike Lee has been looking to dispose of public land. And just so many have a distaste for it. And we are taking names and numbers right now. Where do you stand? Let's start with you before we talk about anybody else. What do you think, Representative Provenza? What do you like, not like about this whole thing?
Well, I mean, I'll tell you, I think maybe Senator Mike Lee might be the most wanted man in America right now, for good reason, because our public lands are just so important to the people of Wyoming and the people in the West, really. What I think about this whole thing, I think it's nonsense. It's a bad idea. It's garbage. Our public lands need to stay in public hands, and any effort to transfer or sale those lands needs to be defeated. And I think the people of Wyoming certainly are speaking to that right now, Jake.
Yeah, first and foremost, yes, we in Wyoming, we love our public lands. We love being able to hunt, hike, fish, whatever you do on your public lands. We hate the idea it could be fenced off and, Old Faithful, now the property of the Chinese Communist Party kind of thing, like scary stuff. And then there's also other things to wonder about. Now, not that as a state lawmaker, you have had to sit down and read the big, beautiful bill, but you've seen legislation crafted, and this doesn't seem to be ready for prime time. Like, where would the money go? How would a sale happen? Is it an auction? There's so many questions about it. Like, is this thing even ready?
Yeah. I mean, I think what we would say in the legislature is not ready for prime time. And I think any effort to try and sell our land, regardless of what they claim the reason for is, does not belong in a budget reconciliation bill. If they want to try to fight for public lands, to sell off our public lands, I mean, there's other ways to do that. I think they'll be defeated handedly. I think, was it in 2017, a senator from Utah, the same state as Senator Lee, tried to do something to sell off public lands and ended up resigning. It's not popular. People don't want it. So whether it's this bill or another bill, our public lands need to stay with public hands.
Let me ask you something you just said. Do you see in Wyoming, in your work so far in the legislative session, do you see a lot of, why is this in this bill? Like, this doesn't belong. Somebody stuffed this in. Like, do you see a lot of that? I think Wyoming, our sessions, we do it pretty good, and we stay on topic with that kind of stuff. Do you see any of those shenanigans? Do you not like that kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, it is shenanigans, and we have seen that in Wyoming. Just this last session, we saw Senate Joint Resolution 2, which was a bill brought by Senator Bob Ide that was a resolution to say we want to transfer federal lands into state hands. They want to take your public land and give it to the state of Wyoming. But the problem with that, Jake, is that this state can't manage those lands. I think there's 25 million acres of BLM alone. There are studies that say we can't manage them. So all it is an open door to say we're going to take those lands out of the public's hands and we're going to sell them to the highest bidder.
So this notion, we're talking about Senator Mike Lee's idea to sell off, mandating actually selling off a percentage of public land, BLM. Senator Lee says now on a quote on X, a post on X, that it won't be Forest Service land. We've heard don't worry kind of statements from Congresswoman Harriet Hageman that this is just going to be smaller, useless BLM parcels in downtown Las Vegas that are holding up development, I guess. I don't know. What do you get from it? Your letter to the editor, your piece was strong. I mean, the quote is that the governor and Harriet Hageman are literally lease partners in a public land grab. Wow. Flesh out that piece you wrote a little bit for us.
Yeah. So Senator Lee filed with the Supreme Court to try and have all federal lands put over. And when I say federal lands, I mean public lands sent over to the state of Utah. Their argument was that the state of Utah should own it. And again, when you transfer those lands, they will be sold. So when Senator Lee did that in Utah, Mark Gordon, our governor, and Harriet Hageman signed on with that. And they said, we like that idea. They tied their wagon to Senator Lee. Now, all that does, again, is open the door to sell off our public lands. So they partnered with Lee in doing that. And this isn't a new thing. This is something that's been going on for over a decade. We know what Senator Lee's intentions are now because he said basically in the big, beautiful bill, let's sell off all these public lands. And he may have walked that back, but it is still a fire sale of our freedom and our public lands. And if Mark Gordon and Harriet Hageman don't want to have their horse tied to selling off public lands, then they shouldn't have signed on to a lawsuit with Senator Lee.
I can see, the state wanting to be anti-feds. It's Wyoming versus Washington, D.C. so many times. I can see taking that stance. Like you own more than half the land in Wyoming, D.C., or you manage more. It's the public owns it, and we want it. I could see that kind of ideology, but why do you think that goes directly to, why do you think the end game is a sale? Are we going to find out, hey, we can't manage the forest. We can't afford to put out a wildfire, that at the minimum. Is that why you think, hey, this is one step towards land sale?
Yeah, Jake, I mean, that's exactly why, because we know there was a study done by a woman who now works for BLM that says and it was paid for by the state of Wyoming. We can't manage these lands. Like if we think the bureaucracy is complicated now, maybe it's just as complicated or more so if those lands are given over to the state. But the key thing to know, Jake, is that the Wyoming Constitution requires that we make profits off of the lands that the state of Wyoming owns for our public schools. So if we have to make money off those lands and we can't manage them because it would take us millions and millions of dollars to do so, if not billions, then the problem becomes we have to sell them off because of our Constitution. And so if our Constitution tells us we have to make money off of them and we're not making money off of them, guess what we have to do? We have to sell them.
Good point.
That's not what I want. That's not what anybody wants. And right now, we can talk about the problems with management all we want, and maybe we can try to find ways to solve them. But if we transfer this land, it's gone.
Well, we can thank Senator Mike Lee for turning Wyoming purple, because he has galvanized both sides of the aisle. Democrats, what are you doing, Representative Provenza? You and the all 8 Democratic lawmakers have gotten together, signed on, and wrote letters. Like, what are you doing personally? What are you doing on behalf of the party to say we don't like this?
Well, and I'll say this is not a partisan issue, so it's not on behalf of the party. It's just on behalf of the people, Jake. So there's a couple things I'm doing. The first thing, I'm calling Senator Barrasso and Harriet Hageman and Senator Lummis, and I'm telling them, keep your hands off my public lands. The other thing I'm doing is I'm showing up on Thursday, that's tomorrow, I guess, at 6 p.m. at the Wyoming Capitol building in Cheyenne with my fellow public landowners to say, public lands need to stay in public hands, and we need to stop the public lands grab. We need every politician who's elected right now and any aspiring politician to know that they need to stay away from the idea that they're going to transfer or sell our lands. And if they don't understand that, then they have no business being in government.
Good statement. Let me ask you one last thing. I wasn't going to. I just thought of it. Another weird aspect of this is Montana's exception, Montana's carve-out. That seems unusual. Would you ever lobby our representatives, our 2 senators and Congresswoman, to getting a Wyoming carve-out? Or is this just a bigger issue? Like, we don't like this on base merit?
Jake, the reality is that while I'd love to have Wyoming carved out, the reality is I also own land as a public landowner in Utah, in Arizona, in California, in Washington, in Oregon. And we need to stand up for all of our public lands, not just the ones that are in our border. And I think that many people in Wyoming understand that. While we spend our time recreating and hunting and raising our families on our lands here in Wyoming, we also sometimes go visit some other public lands that we love to enjoy.
Man, I like hearing you talk. You've got energy. I feel like I want to get the American flag or the bison flag and wrap it around me. I have to watch some of that C-SPAN stuff of Cheyenne, even though I find most of it, all the lawmaking, boring. Just to watch the highlights of you, Representative Provenza. I like the way you legislate.
Thanks, Jake. I hope you will join me tomorrow at 6 p.m. at the state capitol, because we're going to bring this energy as far as it'll go.
I'm digging it. It's a long drive for me from Jackson, but I'm there in spirit. And thank you.
All right.
Please represent me.
I will. Thank you, Jake.
Thank you for being on. I'm very appreciative. All right, that's Representative Carly Provenza. And yeah, I like everything I'm hearing.
Thanks, Jake.
Senator Mike Lee's little amendment tucked into the big, beautiful bill. Just about nobody likes it. Wow. Except for maybe some folks in Montana who are sitting out neutral. They're playing Sweden in this one, I guess. We got to take top of the hour, Brett. No, we don't. Let's get right to this day in history, I guess. This day is June 25th. Where am I? June 25th. Guess I'm all worked up about Carly's appearance. Stop that loud music. I have to do this day in history real fast. We didn't get a chance to do it this hour. 1868, President Andrew Johnson approved the Andrew Johnson. Shouldn't that be Andrew Jackson? I tell you, the guy who writes this day in history he really needs an editor. I mean, maybe Andrew Johnson was a president, but it shows what I know. Andrew Johnson. Oh, I guess he was a president. I thought maybe we were talking about Andrew Jackson. Okay. On this day in history, Andrew Johnson, not to be confused with Andrew Jackson, approved the act of Congress providing for the organization of a temporary government for the territory of Wyoming. Remember, we weren't yet a state in 1868. 1870, the first lots went on sale at the site of Evanston. And in 1876, legendary Battle of Little Bighorn occurs in the southeastern Montana. This day, 1876, we all know about Little Bighorn, I think. Yeah, and there's more to get to. I'll finish up with the rest of the things that happened on this day in history, June 25th, right after top of the hour news break. See you on the other side. Let's make it a date. Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. While the firearms industry is cyclical, the current slump in gun and ammo sales might defy the usual explanations. Two Wyoming industry experts told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines that gun sales are frequently driven by politics.
If there is an administration in office that at least people have the perception that they're going to implement more gun control, such as Obama or Biden, gun sales will predictably rise. But then they say what will happen is what they call a Trump slump. In other words, Trump comes into office, he's perceived as being very firearms friendly, and so people go, okay, I don't have to worry about a bunch of new gun control, I can relax. There's also economic factors going on. People are unsure about the effects of the tariffs. People are unsure about, the extreme instability in the geopolitical situation.
Additionally, the hunting firearm market is usually slow this time of year because the fall big game and bird seasons are a long way off. Sales usually pick up in August when hunting is back on everybody's minds. 3 Cheyenne teens accused of burning down a vacant home in Northeast Cheyenne were charged with arson on Monday. Warrants were issued for Kyle Brown, Ryder Peterson, and Braden Wheel, who are all 18 and all face third-degree arson charges. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the felony charges stem from a fire that claimed a brick house on Ridge Road in the early morning hours of May 28th.
Apparently 4 teenagers just decided to do something wild and crazy, and so they get out of their beds or they don't go to bed, and at 12:30 in the morning on a Cheyenne road, they go into a vacant property, and inside there, 2 of them at least decide to start a fire in a basement, according to court records. And the record also says that one of them also started a fire in the garage on the property. There were a total of 4 different fires started within that vacant home, and now they are facing felony charges in Cheyenne Circuit Court, potential 5-year penalty.
A 4th suspect has yet to be charged in the case. A handful of state House representatives who control Wyoming's spending wore red dress coats to their Monday committee meeting in Gillette to make a statement that the state is heading toward a projected deficit of nearly $700 million. House Appropriations Chair John Baer of Gillette told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland that the move was a visual alarm to warn of the concerning state budget projection.
He was like, it's because we're projected to be in this $700 million-ish deficit by 2030 if we don't change our spending scheme, our revenue scheme, our budgetary scheme. He was talking like we need to cut fraud, waste, abuse, inefficient programs. We need to work on all these things. Whereas former Appropriations Committee members who fielded the budget before, who handled spending before, like Lloyd Larson and Clark Stith, said, well, there's also huge tax cuts implemented in the past couple of years that Bear and some of the other people in red coats supported. And so maybe they need to reconsider those.
The Wyoming Constitution forbids the state from running on a deficit, which means the state would have to cut spending, raise revenues, pull from its savings account, or a combination of all of those. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous and 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
A Hudson man busted by a vigilante child predator patrol YouTuber will serve 10 years in federal prison after admitting to possessing child pornography. Federal District Judge Alan Johnson sentenced 58-year-old Sean Brennan to 120 months Tuesday afternoon in Cheyenne. Cowboy State Daily's Matthew Christian reports that the vigilantes confronted Brennan at his job in Lander about his sexual conversations with adults pretending to be underage girls.
There's a group called Colorado Pedo Patrol who reached out to him or contacted him and pretended to be a 13-year-old girl. He contacted them. They went to his place of business and confronted him. He got fired. He was arrested at the state level. That charge was later dropped. And then he was arrested on a federal possession of child pornography charge and pleaded guilty earlier this year.
Johnson also imposed 10 years of supervision following Brennan's release from prison and restitution totaling $33,000. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Some people judge a book by its cover, and if you're not what people are looking for, you're kind of like a reject.
At school, it feels like everyone's staring at me, and I'm just kind of not really a person.
Sometimes I can't believe that you could be proud of me if I'm not proud of myself.
It just was hard today. Nobody was listening to me.
Think of our best times together. Let's do more of that.
Try to understand me more, and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find ways to support your kids at sounditouttogether.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues. Zachary Sontag into the Zoom room discussion. Zach, I playing some, like, as Andrew described, jaunty music to uplift the whole mood because we're going to get heavy here. And your story, oh my, about the teen suicide, the story that you got out of the mom about Joran Cochran. It's tough to get parents to talk about stuff like this. It's difficult to navigate it as a journalist and an interviewer. And it's great when people come out and share and talk about suicide at all, because you never know the next person who might be feeling that way, who this can help. I think the more transparency, the better. But it's just hard to do. It's hard to find someone like the Cochrans who want to do something to share. And that was great. It's I don't know. What was your feeling going in, Zach, and how careful did you have to walk through this, and what was it like?
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. This is a topic where people are, and you can understand why they don't want to share it with the world. This is one of the most deeply personal and vulnerable, emotional experiences that they hold within themselves. And so getting them to talk about it can be sometimes difficult. In the case of Kari Cochran, she has been an outspoken advocate for trying to do things about suicide and especially teen suicide. And so she is motivated to share this story because she thinks it would help. But in the same breath, it took some time for us to really connect and open up. And we started off with a small conversation, and slowly we built trust between each other, and I earned her trust, and more details came out and more details came out. And before long, we had the full picture, and it is a very profound and compelling tale of loss. So it was a process. Some people, they take time to share. Some people don't want to share at all. But in Kari's case, it was something she felt she had to do. And the thing is, it's been 2 years and it still devastates her. It still brings tears to her eyes, and you can just feel it. You can see it. It's powerful. So this stuff it crushes, it hurts. It hurts for us to read about it. It hurts the parents. And that's why it's so important, I think, for these type of stories to get out. And we've had a lot of readers give us feedback and say, this brought tears to my eyes. I can't believe this. This breaks my heart. And we need to do something about this. And what can we do about this? And we need to know when this is happening. So it's touching people far and wide. And there's a good reason that it is.
This really brings to life the numbers, the statistics, which, sometimes you get numb to the numbers. Cochran, one of 35 Sweetwater County residents to die by suicide in the year 2023 alone. That's, when you read that twice, 3 times, that's astounding numbers. That's unbelievable. 75% of the suicides by firearm, more than a half a dozen Rock Springs teens would die by suicide between the years 2021 and 2024. 156 Wyomingites die by suicide in a year. This state has always been in the top 3 for suicide, and teen suicides definitely an issue. This brings those numbers to light. Those numbers should be startling to begin with, but this story about this kid, I don't know if there is a poster child for suicide. I don't know if a teen suicide victim looks the same, but to me, Jordan seems like he's not a suicide kid. He's like valedictorian. He's like the most popular kid in school. When you look at photos of him and the way just before he started high school, how he was in middle school, this is like the classic great kid, right?
I mean, that's what makes it so stunning and heartbreaking, but also that's a critical point here, because nobody expects it to happen to those they love, and nobody thinks it's going to be them necessarily, and it can be absolutely anybody. And the transitions that people go through can be lightning quick. I mean, we're talking about a kid that was, as he entered high school as a freshman, so sociable, friendly, loved his life. He was ambitious. He was competitive. The kid had a family that loved him. He had friends. And then you fast forward a few short years, by the time he's 18, I mean, he's screaming out loud that he wants to take his life. On a daily basis, he's yelling these things. And he's just really gone over the deep end. And there's a lot of factors here. And I think he represents so many of the issues that surround suicide, because we're talking about things like bullying. We're talking about things like poor social media habits. We're talking about things like a lack of sufficient or adequate support for mental health, and these things all feed into it, as well as easy access to guns. And that's big, because in Wyoming, I think that's one of the main factors that has led our state to have among the highest suicide rates. And I don't have the numbers in front of me, but we might have bumped up the list. The most recent data is provisional, and I haven't compared that or found the other data for the other states, but we might have gone up to number 2 or even number 1 highest rate in the country by now, because as I pointed out, those figures have since gone up. So I think Jordan's story, it's so important to kind of make the point that it could happen to anyone. Don't take anything for granted, and know that people are struggling in all kinds of ways, and sometimes it's obvious and sometimes it isn't. And those are the key points about Jordan's story.
Yeah, and another thing about Jordan's story, and we're talking with Zach Sontag about Wyoming suicide. Rock Springs teen screamed he wanted to die and then made it happen. We hear so much about bullying, and sometimes, in my mind, bullying is, things you say to another kid, you pick on kids. It's all, in my mind, verbal. In the case of Jordan, he was smallish for high school, 4'11", 95 pounds. And he had a couple incidents that were, this was bullying, man. He had an incident on a bus traveling to a wrestling meet. He was choked out in the hallway of his school. This is bullying extra.
Yeah, we're talking, it adds up. And this is what his mother, Kari, told me. On the big scale, it was happening in micro levels. It was happening on a medium daily basis. And then you have these seminal events that are traumatic. Sexual assault on a bus by people that theoretically you think you should trust, your own wrestling teammates, for instance.
Yeah.
And then authority figures don't sufficiently intervene. Like you mentioned, he was choked out. He had a really embarrassing moment where some of his teachers were talking about him in emails. They were disparaging them in an email that another student took a photo of and shared with their peers. So it was there was some really big moments, and there was a lot of really small moments. So you can't separate these out and say, well, that's why, and this is why. No, it's it's an aggregate, and these things build over time. So a lot of trauma there, and just the way that he never felt like he had redress. And that was something that his mother made sure to make this point. He didn't feel like he could trust anybody. He just didn't have trust, especially in authority figures. That was a big reason why he didn't want to get help. He didn't want to go to the hospital. He didn't trust the people there. He had one experience with a program at the hospital, and it went really bad. And so he said, I'm done. I don't trust those people. And he couldn't trust his teachers. He didn't feel like they gave him redress. He felt like they were targeting him. So it was really systemic. And it just makes you wonder, were people missing the signs, or was this, a case where he just, for whatever reason, was, became a target for all these reasons.
Yeah, look how fast it happened. A happy-go-lucky middle schooler just does a 180 in high school, and to blame a lot of people, his fellow classmates, fellow teammates, teachers who did virtually nothing, teachers and coaches. And just a tragic story. Tough one to write, tough one to read, for sure. Let's move on to the story. I've reached out to Lori. I'm still trying to get her on the show, Lori Lang, because I love Wyoming Through the Lens, popular Facebook group. I love to see the photos. And for sure, I have noticed that they don't pop up in my feed as much. What's going on?
How interesting, right? What you hear from these professionals in the world of digital marketing and everything is that these Facebook algorithms are predictably unpredictable. And so whenever there's a change or a rollout, you kind of have to hold your breath, wait and see. And in this case, the rollout was very decimating. And what I find interesting about Lori is she started this group with, 10 people, 10 close friends, family, and it has since exploded. I mean, they almost have 500,000 members. And it's not just that they have a lot, it's that this group has been robustly engaged. They're sharing, they're commenting, they're liking, very active. And then about a month ago, Facebook changes its algorithms, and overnight, that changed. It plummeted. It's next to nothing. It's not showing up in people's feeds like you're mentioning, and nobody's engaging. So what do you do? And that's something that she's battling right now.
Closing in on 500,000 members. She started this Facebook page in 2015, Wyoming Through the Lens. And yeah, it has always been a place that was super engaging with its comment section, and everybody helping everybody out with amateur photography, or just saying, wow, what a great photo of that wild horse, whatever it is. You talk to some experts who say that sometimes Facebook does things intending to help stuff, and they may end up breaking stuff.
That's right. And the odd thing is that Mark Zuckerberg himself and his team himself has admitted, yeah, we have missed the mark, and we don't always totally know why we missed the mark. So it only adds to the obscurity and the frustration in some cases for groups like Lori. And the point here is, one of the things that this algorithm rollout was supposed to do, and one of their emphases lately has been focusing on content that is more group related and community content. And so theoretically, something like Wyoming Through the Lens would see a boost from this. And so the fact that it's actually the exact opposite really makes you wonder. And then doubly frustrating is, okay, so the rollout didn't work the way it was supposed to. Now what? Well, now what? Nothing. You don't have recourse. Meta, Facebook are next to impossible to get in touch with, and everyone will tell you this. And maybe you can get an administrator on the phone eventually, but even then, they're not going to have any answers for you. And so you just have to kind of go back to the drawing board, start tinkering, start toying, say, what can we do to fix this? And it changes in different ways. Sometimes some people are seeing more group content, but they're seeing less of the content of the brands that they follow. So it really is a black box. And I think that's what makes this so frustrating for so many people.
It's frustrating whenever you can't pick up the phone and get a hold of somebody. Mark Zuckerberg's not answering the phone. Meta, Facebook, and they're not answering phones. So there's no answers. And Lori said, like, it's nothing she did. I think sometimes as Facebook users, you hear of somebody who's been banned for a week or 2 weeks because of a post. She's like, there were no red flags. And indeed, the content of Wyoming Through the Lens feels like exactly what Zuckerberg wants to lift higher in SEO, what he wants to lift higher in algorithm. This is the content he wants on Facebook. And maybe, there's indication it's happened before. I think, Zach, you found an incident where it happened to somebody, another group, and then overnight, all of a sudden, they were back.
Yeah, that's right. And to kind of refresh, it's Nebraska Through the Lens. And believe it or not, this is kind of considered the origin group for the Through the Lens brand that is spread to multiple states. It's really known. And in Lori's case, this was a really powerful example of why a group like this is so critical and what's at stake. Because if you know Lori's personal story, she moved to Wyoming. She was really alone, really struggling, and finding a group like this from her home state of Nebraska helped her make that transition. It helped her stay connected, feel connected. And I spoke with the creator of Nebraska Through the Lens, and in their case, what happened was Facebook overnight deleted their account and said, this is a violation of copyright. You're infringing on copyright protections, and you're no longer a group, and too bad, so sad. Once your group is gone, you can't get it back. And similar phenomenon with them. The entire community was beside themselves, distraught. They had no idea what to do. And they're thinking, well, it's all somebody else's copyright. They're posting it. Nobody has proprietorship here. And so it was just a case of a misunderstanding. It was getting labeled wrong. Now, in their case, fortunately, and this is their theory, this was the creators' theory, is that they knew some people that knew some people, and they had a few political connections. And more or less, out of the blue, their group was reinstated, and they still don't even have answers as to why. But their best guess is that some of those political favors they called in worked. In the case of Wyoming Through the Lens, I don't think that's a solution, partly because they are still technically a group. And the algorithms themselves are not something you can reinstate, certainly not through a simple political connection. But there's a lot at stake for a group like Wyoming Through the Lens, because these are pictures. It's a community that means a lot to people both here and people who are from here who've had to leave. College students, people serving in foreign wars, they go to sites like this because it helps them feel connected to the place that they miss, that they're no longer able to be a part of. So it's a really important group for that reason. There's a lot at stake as to whether they can figure this out, and we hope they do.
Yeah, something has gone wrong. Something has broken on Facebook. Maybe the fix is your story to get it to some of the right people's attention. Maybe this broadcast, maybe a high-level admin who sits around the round table with Zuckerberg will see this, hear this, read this, and say, oops, we broke something, and go back and fix it. And maybe Zuckerberg can get back to making sure Facebook doesn't have posts from Russia and China trying to incite unrest in America, or less worried about cats getting adopted or guns getting sold on Facebook. Like, turn your attention to real stuff and fix what happened to poor Lori Lang's Wyoming Through the Lens.
Well said.
Hopefully. I don't know. I can't figure out Facebook either. Thanks, Zach. Appreciate it.
All right, Jake. Thank you.
You have a great Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily show continues here after this quick break. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Yeah, getting back at it, back in studio, finishing up this day in history, June 25th. We left off when we last left you. We were all the way back in 1876, remember? That was the year of the legendary Battle of the Little Bighorn. This day, June 25th, 1876, a battle significant, remains one of the most written about historical events of the Old West. Significant on the part of the Native Americans that it was one of the few times you ever saw cooperation between different tribes. Usually these nations were at war with each other, hostile to each other, at least unfriendly, but this is the combined efforts of the Cheyenne, Sioux, Arapaho, and other nations is what really surprised U.S. cavalry. It was significant also that at the time, 1876, there was this idea that, you know, the West was one, it was westward ho, and the great migration to the West and the exploration of America. After all, 6 years prior to Little Bighorn, we just told you that the first lots went on sale in what would be the site of Evanston. So that seems like a sort of civilized thing to happen, right? Here, buy your home lot in downtown Evanston, build your house, and start your new life. 6 years later, we're going through one of the bloodiest battles ever, with the massacre of every man in Custer's immediate command. It's shocking, a huge shock to the American psyche at the time, and it resulted in the Army being expanded by 2,500 men who would report to plains duty out in the high plains. A definite significant battle took place this day in history, Little Bighorn. This day in 1894, the first recorded earthquake in Wyoming occurred right outside of Casper. The quake was violent enough to toss dishes and even wake up a few sleeping people. And the first recorded earthquake, 1894, outside of Casper. 1933, the Fort Bridger Historic Site was dedicated. On this day in 1950, North Korea would invade South Korea, an action that would result in the mobilization of Wyoming Army National Guard's 300th Armored Field Artillery. This day, 1984, one person injured when a Category 2 tornado occurred in Gillette, Wyoming. Gillette gets some wind, no doubt about it, but to have a tornado all the way up there, that's pretty unusual, fairly significant. And on June 25th, 1988, the Patio Room Gallery, which was an addition to the reception gallery, was dedicated at the Bradford Brinton Memorial and Museum. All these things happen on this day in history. That means it's time to look in on Will Rasmussen and Western Ag Network's Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. Will Rasmussen here from Greeley, Colorado. One of the biggest Independence Day celebrations in the United States. Glad to be here. Boy, summer season is indeed heating up, everybody. And we are in the heart of big money time in professional rodeo. We'll check the schedule coming up when we come back.
It's time for Cattle Country Video's High Plains Showcase video sale. Tuesday, July 1st, over 45,000 head of fancy Rocky Mountain and High Plains cattle sale in Laramie, Wyoming at the Marion Rochelle Gateway Center. Sale kicks off at 8 a.m. with 35,000 head of yearling steers and heifers, followed by 10,000 plus calves and 270 bred heifers. Auctions broadcast live on YouTube at Cattle Country Video. Online bids on Cattle USA. To preview video lots, visit cattlecountryvideo.com.
Hi, I'm Lander Nicodemus with Torrington Livestock Markets. As a livestock market owner and a member of the LMA, I believe it is time for our industry to align and drive meaningful changes that will safeguard a future for ranchers. I'm asking all who are hearing this to sign on to this effort as we work to achieve and maintain ag-friendly tax policy, improve risk management tools, access to labor, flexibility for livestock haulers, and create support for young and emerging livestock producers. Now is the time. Learn more and sign on at commongroundsummit.net.
I'm in Greeley, Colorado this week. Well, actually for the next 10 days or so through the 2nd of July. Made the trip from Pleasant Grove, Utah, Sunday to get here for opening ceremonies. It starts, the Greeley Stampede does, today actually, and it stays going for till July 5th, actually. Pinoca, Alberta, Canada starts today as well. The Pinoca Stampede, huge rodeo north of the 49th parallel. Pecos, Texas on the way. Clear Lake, South Dakota this week. Springdale, Arkansas. Lehigh, Utah. Prineville, Oregon. Rodeos on the horizon, big 4th of July celebrations, majors going on. St. Paul, Oregon is a huge rodeo. Cody, Wyoming, another huge one. Livingston, Montana. Red Lodge, Montana, their home of Champions celebration. Prescott, Arizona. Oakley, Utah. Eugene, Oregon. Mandan, North Dakota. Mobridge, South Dakota. Belfast, South Dakota. Plus there's more. More 4th of July celebrations all over the country. It is indeed a busy time in the rodeo world. The Calgary Stampede is on the horizon as well, so stay tuned for that. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Yeah, we're back at it. Thank you, Will, for that. President Trump went from a guy who was dropping bombs on Iran to a possible contender for the Nobel Peace Prize. He's a peacemaker. That truce between Israel and Iran yesterday looked like it was broken within the first hour. President Trump was pretty upset, but now it seems to be holding, and Trump's getting heralded for the peace efforts, for being able to step in and make peace in the Middle East. That's not easy to do, even for a moment, even for a day. And President Trump is getting some accolades for that, well received. And even though a challenge from the Democrat side fizzled out, I'm reading this story about 128 Democrats cross the aisle, help Republicans, and block AOC's backed bid to impeach Trump over the Iran strikes. This story from The Independent. Apparently, AOC didn't have the full backing of her party. 128 Democrats would not go along with her notion, her idea to try to get Trump impeached over dropping bombs on Iran. So AOC, if she is, and I've heard this a few times, if she is the future president material from the Democratic side. This move did not help the effort, as she lost at least 128 of her fellow party members who would not go along with the notion to impeach President Trump. Bad idea. Bad move, AOC. That Princess Castle in Star Valley was noted by national news. We already had it. Come on, old news. Homes.com finally got around to writing this story. Headlined, Cinderella could have fled from this Wyoming castle in a helicopter. Asking price, $13.4 million. It's a German-inspired design that comes with a helipad and a commanding view of Star Valley. I don't know if that's a tremendous selling point, but Rusty Knuckle, I can't help but call him Rusty Knuckle. What a great name that would be. His name, the family enlisted associate broker, Rusty Kunkel. I still think it should be Rusty Knuckle. He's got the listing with Keller Williams, Jackson Hole, along with Patty Speakman from Compass. They're co-listing the property. And Kunkel says it's at the top of the mountain, and you can see all of Star Valley. Okay. I don't know if that's a $1 million view or not. I mean, Star Valley's nice, but yeah, it's not the Tetons. It's built where a castle should be built. I think is it in Bedford? Yeah. Bedford's a beautiful little community. It really is. And this $14 million listing is literally a castle. I mean, sometimes you like to say in jest that, these McMansions that are being built in Teton County, this one is in Lincoln County. Some of these McMansions are mansions or castle-like. This really is a castle. I mean, it is designed to be and look like an actual castle. It's on 37 acres in Bedford, Wyoming, and listing for near $13.49 million, just in case you're in the market. But I thought it was interesting to note that Cowboy State Daily has already had this story. Renee Jean had the story about this listing weeks ago. So, yeah, where you been? Homes.com. Cheyenne teens accused of torching a vacant home face arson charges. This is no way to start out in life, kids. These three 18-year-olds apparently with nothing better to do. I commend the fact that they weren't on their video games 24/7. They actually had some initiative to get out and do something outdoors. But that something shouldn't have been setting fire to a house. No. And we know nothing good happens after 10 o'clock, certainly not after midnight. These three, Kyle Brown, Ryder Peterson, Braden Wheel, all 18 years old, face third-degree arson charges, which is a felony stemming from a fire that claimed a brick house. Congrats. I didn't think you could burn a brick house. On Ridge Road. They did this in the early morning hours of May 28th. This goes back a while, but the story's in the news today because they were finally, I believe, had their first hearing. Teens charged with arson for allegedly setting 4 fires inside the vacant home. There's a fourth teen involved, but he claims he was just along for the ride. He didn't do any of the torching, allegedly. The home was abandoned, so the assessed value, $146,000 and change. But it had no power. The power had been shut off to it. The gas had been shut off to it. It was abandoned. And I guess burned pretty good for a brick house. There was video surveillance camera, I don't know why, on this abandoned house. which revealed 4 people entering the home at about 12:51 a.m. These kids all agreed to, I guess, sneak out of their bedrooms, get together, and go allegedly burn a house. They entered the house, according to video surveillance, about 12:51, exited the house at about 1:01 with red glow showing downstairs and upstairs as multiple fires were obviously burning. Still, though, they weren't caught until they got gabbing about it in class. They were in high school and started talking about it, and that led 2 + 2, and pretty soon you had the arrest made. Officers say Ryder, in particular, has been in the spotlight of law enforcement. Ryder once brought gunpowder to school. That's probably an indication of where he's headed in life. Yeah, kids, you gotta clean up, man. 3rd-degree arson is no way to be beginning life as an 18-year-old. Matthew Christian has a story about a Wyoming man caught in a YouTube child predator sting. He was sentenced to 10 years in federal prison on Tuesday for possessing child pornography. Joseph Brennan is who we're talking about, of Hudson. And I think there should be more of these things, more people doing this. Brennan was caught. Joseph Brennan was caught because of the work of a YouTuber who pretends to be a child, pretends to be a minor, and every once in a while, law enforcement does this in order to catch these offenders. But there should be more of them. There should be the fear. If you're one of these people that wants to interact with kids online and you're an adult, there should be a fear that you never know who you're talking to. That would be a positive. This is Tommy Fellows we're talking about. He's with Colorado Ped Patrol, and what they do is intentionally they get online, they converse, they look for predators like this, and they purport to be, for instance, like a 13-year-old girl. And in this case, they did find that Brennan was more than happy to engage in a conversation. They got sexual. In fact, when confronted, Fellows confronted Brennan. Brennan thought Fellows obviously was a young girl. Fellows confronted Brennan outside his workplace, which is not named in the story. And Fellows said, "Did you get sexual with these people?" And of course, Fellows knows all the answers. He was the one online talking with Brennan. He said, "Did you get sexual with these people?" Brennan said, "No. I let them know off the bat." So you never send like inappropriate pictures or anything like that, Fellows asked. "Nope," said Brennan. "So that phone on you has no child porn on it or anything like that?" Fellows asked. Brennan said, "Nope." "Did you beg, and do you beg minors for naked pictures often?" Fellows asks. And then pretty soon it's obvious that Brennan's no's and nopes aren't working anymore. In fact, his boss, I think, was overhearing this conversation, this confrontation with Fellows, and fired him on the spot. He's like, "I don't even like what I'm hearing. You're fired." And now we get a 10-year sentence for Brennan, who did plead guilty to possession of child pornography back on April 3rd. So obviously he had something on the phone. A story from Matthew Christian, one of the latest hires of the Cowboy State Daily. Check it out on cowboystatedaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and we'll be back after this one final break today.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake back on a Wednesday as we make this push to the finish line to wrap up this show. I'm reading today's headlines in national news and a warning from a bipartisan group. A new study shows the U.S. government will be unable to pay its bills as early as August. I didn't know we were paying our bills now. I think isn't that the reason we're trillions in debt? U.S. government could run out of money after August 15th without debt ceiling action, according to the Bipartisan Policy Center. Well, here we go again. Whenever you reach the end of your budget, you just raise the debt ceiling, right? And then that usually takes a few weeks of keep your fingers crossed, hold your breath, whether there'll be any effect on, any not embargo. What's the word when federal employees are laid off? We're going to do that again. We do that every year. I guess that's just an annual thing now. U.S. government runs out of money, unable to pay its bills, probably by August 15th, at which time Congress will have to get together and decide whether they want to raise the debt ceiling. And of course, they'll have to, or the country shuts down. But it gives opportunity for concessions and a bunch of bargaining that goes on. Just, you could phone this in. This could have been an email, literally, when it comes to raising the debt ceiling. Just vote yes and get it over with. Of course, you got to raise the debt ceiling or else. There, I fixed that one. Mark Hines' story about one reason firearm sales are lagging a little bit could be that everybody who wants one has one. Certainly in Wyoming, where statistics show that every household has, on average, 2.5 firearms, maybe more. We all got our guns. Another reason could be when there's a pro-gun, or at least not a threat to firearm president in office, that we tend to relax a little bit. It's only when you got a Biden and an Obama, some kind of liberal Democrat in office who says we gotta address gun control. We gotta do something about these assault rifles, and then we all run out and buy them to make sure we got them. Yeah, that's when gun sales go up. Firearm industry has always been cyclical, and the current slump in gun and ammo sales could be just the fact that, well, it's a Trump slump. We got President Trump in office. He has made no kind of rhetoric about coming after your guns or your ammo, so nobody's buying. Chief Operating Officer at Weatherby in Cheyenne is Luke Thorkelston, and he said gun sales frequently are driven by politics. He said when people are worried that certain firearms, like an AR-15, might be banned, they rush out and buy them. However, right now, that's not the case politically. Jason Krotow, who runs the Riverton-based Wyoming Tactical Shooters Training Company, said the AR-15 market might finally be saturated. He said, we spent the last decade pushing for people to buy AR-15s. And he's like, now everybody who wanted one probably has one. So, yeah, there's no political incentive to run out and buy firearms, and we probably already did. And that might be the two big reasons why Mark Hines has noted in his story that gun sales, firearm sales, along with ammo, kind of slumping a little bit of late. Claire McFarland's story about Wyoming again considering banning junk food with SNAP benefits. We just talked to Claire earlier. She was talking about this story. She had assurances from Jacob Wasserberger, in fact, a text saying that he was intending to bring back a version of this past year's House Bill 323. State Rep Wasserberger, Republican of Cheyenne, confirmed to Cowboy State Daily Tuesday that he wanted to bring this bill back. If it becomes law, it would opt Wyoming out of paying for junk foods with its grocery welfare money. We're talking about the SNAP program. SNAP offers food, which you purchase on EBT cards for low-income households making less than 130% of the federal poverty line. What that means is about $3,380 monthly for a family of 4. If you're below that, you're eligible for SNAP. And we're talking about a significant portion of the population. SNAP currently serves 16,573 adults and over 13,000 children in about 14,000 households overall throughout Wyoming. The average benefit for SNAP is about $383 a month, $383. And the government definitely hands out millions in food money. Now, should that money, if you're a needy family trying to feed your kids and you're nutrition deprived a little bit, should you be able to go out and buy soda pop, candy, cookies, chips with that? Or should you be required to buy something nutritional? Interesting take from Representative Mike Yin, Democrat of Jackson. He said, I'm not a fan of more bureaucracy to ensure folks can ensure their family gets fed. Let's help families, not control them. He was kind of anti-telling folks what they can eat or not, which Claire pointed out is very libertarian of him. Meanwhile, there does seem to be appetite amongst the Republicans to put limits on what you can buy with government money in this food program, SNAP. Interesting story from Claire McFarland. Mark Hines also had the story about former governors saying, look at the bipartisanship over public land sales. Senator Mike Lee of Utah trying to sneak the amendment into the big, beautiful bill that would mandate land sales. And it's not being digested well by Wyomingites for sure. And one positive thing might be, as former Governor Matt Mead pointed out, look, this is one of the few times you'll see politicians agreeing on something. Mead said, here's the good news. Finally, a lot of people agree on something. In politics today, that's a rare bird. Mark Hines went and found former governors. How about Jim Geringer, Dave Friedenthal? And they all agreed that when you start talking about selling lands that people value and are used to having available, it never goes over well. That was the general consensus from the former governors, and appears to be the general consensus with the Wyoming lawmakers overall. All 8 Democrats in the legislature agreed and have sent strong messages to our senators and congresswoman. And and Republicans as well seem to be in full agreement that Wyoming does not like the idea of selling off its public lands. That continues to be the major story of the week so far. We're halfway through the week. It's a Wednesday. And we are all the way through with this Wednesday show. Thank you so much. Have a great day today. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time, at the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.